sound of that fan is pretty loud. Hopefully it's not going to be too disruptive. It's just really hot in the studio right now. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to my studio. My name is Michael Markowsky, and once again today we're going to attempt to recreate another one of my favorite paintings by another one of the great masters of art. And today we're going to be looking at Egon Schiele, and this painting, seated woman with legs drawn, Adele Herms, which was the sister of his wife, and although some people say it's Edith as opposed to Adele, we don't not entirely sure, but they did look very similar to one another. So we're going to attempt to recreate this painting in acrylic paint today. We're also going to talk about Egon Schiele's biography, as well as some of the very controversial things that surround Egon Schiele. So if you're like, no, I've got to get my voice in, just wait. We'll get there. We'll cover all those details, and you're welcome to put any of those comments in the chat, because there's a teachable moments, let's say, coming up in today's episode. So let's just look at the plan for today. Oh, look, there's Heidi and Tanya in the chat. Awesome. Yes, class back in session. So we're going to start out here momentarily by talking about how difficult today's painting is. Is this something you're going to want to attempt to do or not? And then we're going to talk about the materials required. I'm just going to very quickly summarize that. And then we're going to do what's called the image transfer. So we're going to get an image onto the canvas so that we can paint that. And you can certainly sketch that out, or you can use the free template that I'm providing here for you. Then we're going to stain it with some color. We're probably going to do 2 layers of that Imprimatura. And I'll explain what all that is when we get there. Then we're going to take a break and talk about Schiele's biography and particularly why today's painting is so important, such an iconic painting. And then we're going to get right to it. Ideally, we'll have covered the background earlier, so we're not really going to spend too much time there because there really isn't a background in today's painting. Or you could say there is a background, but it's non-objective, or there's no recognizable imagery in there, a plain background. And then we're going to focus our attention on the figure in the foreground. So I always hesitate to give an estimation of how long I'll be, because then I usually go double. But hopefully we won't be here that long, because I'd like to get to Home Depot and get some wood later on tonight. Okay, so let's jump right into it. The scale of difficulty. So, is this a painting you want to try paint? Is this a painting that you want to attempt to recreate or not? Let's talk about the scale of difficulty. So, I've broken it down into 5 steps to becoming a great master. The first step is your beginner, then we got novice, intermediate, advanced, and expert. Your beginner, somebody who's never painted before, not even seen me before, never done any of the classes that I've shown. This painting is going to be a little bit too difficult for that. I suggest watching some of the episodes where we do some basic color mixing, mix the color wheel, look at values and the importance of color temperature. Certainly you could do that. A novice is somebody who's done some of those basic episodes and maybe has painted 1 or 2 classes with me previously. I think you should have no problem doing today's episode if you're a novice painter and have just a little bit of experience behind you. An intermediate artist is somebody who's been painting, it could be for, 6 months or 12 years or 50 years. Intermediate can be quite a range there. But someone who's able to paint and understands what we're talking about in class, things aren't just totally unfamiliar to you, and has tried painting many different paintings along with me. Advanced is someone who's probably by this point making their own artwork and doing less and less of these paintings inspired by great masters like Egon Schiele, and then your expert is Egon Schiele himself, right? So again, I'm going to say today's painting is a novice level painting. So, having said that, let's talk about materials required. And I've done an entire video that's like an hour and a half long, going into great depths about all the basic things you need to do acrylic painting. So I'm not going to repeat all of that here. There's also this, there's a free supply guide. You scan that QR code, you can download it for free. You don't even have to give me your email or anything. It's just out there in the world for you to take and use. So you can download that. You can look at it on your phone while you're standing in the art supply store, or print it out and use it. So all of this information is gathered in there, but of course not everyone has the opportunity to print or to have, you know, all that kind of stuff. So let's just talk for about 5 minutes quickly about what you need. So of course this is an acrylic painting class. Basic things that we're going to be using today is like your acrylic paint, matte medium glazing fluid, and a 9x12 size canvas. I order these off of Amazon. There's a link down there below. You can basically get the same sort of thing at your local dollar store, although I think these ones that I've got here, these Fix Smiths, are like 5 times better than the ones you get at the dollar store, but they're only twice the price. You could certainly spend more money at Michael's or any other major art supply store, Curry's or Desir's, Jerry's, but they're going to come out to like $5 or $6 a piece, as to $2 a piece. And I always suggest when you're a beginner artist to use inexpensive supplies, so if you make a mistake, it's not the end of the world. Okay, other things you want to have are some rags nearby, so when mistakes happen, and I really just put this in here for myself so that when the inevitable mistake happens or catastrophe, I'm prepared. So we're going to be using what's called a split primary palette, meaning we're taking the so-called 3 primary colors and splitting them in half so that we've got 6 colors. 3 warms, 3 cools. So we got 2 yellows, 2 reds, 2 blues, making 6 colors, plus white. And if you like, you can buy a tube of black paint. So that's 8 tubes of paint. But you can also, I also mix my own black. I like doing that, and I'll probably do that in today's episode here. Now, the reason why the split primary palette is so useful is it really emphasizes the importance of color temperature. And color temperature is the key to creating depth in painting. I mean, there's lots of other techniques out there, but they more rely on drawing techniques. And you can take my entire drawing course. It's free here on YouTube. Like 1 million and more people have done those episodes. So it's by far the most popular thing I've ever done in my life. And it's, again, free here on YouTube at any time. People all around the world have done it. So, the reason why this is important, color temperature emphasizes that warm colors appear to advance and cool colors appear to recede. So you have 2 reds. You've got a warm red and a cool red. The cool red is going to appear to recede, whereas the warm red is going to appear to advance. So even if you're doing an abstract painting, you can use those color temperatures to create the illusion of depth. Maybe like an impossible space, like in a Jackson Pollock painting, but space nevertheless. And so that also helps when you're painting a painting like this, is you just have to ask yourself, where is the color in my painting? Is it in the foreground or is it in the background, right? If you look at a painting like a window, how close is it to the window, right? The closer it is to the window, the warmer that color will be. The further away it is, the cooler it'll be. Another analogy I've been giving recently is it's like a campfire, right? Or just a fire. The closer you are to the fire, the warmer it is. The further you are away from it, the cooler it is. Okay. So let's just quickly look at some paints. Again, all this is in the supply guide. I'm going to be using these Amsterdam paints here in a few moments. I really like them. I'm not sponsored or paid by them or anybody else. I get about a dozen emails a week from different people trying to get me to shill for their various different products, and you'll notice I've never done that thus far. Even though this seems like product placement, I think this is the best bang for the buck in terms of the highest quality for the lowest price. You could certainly spend more money, like for instance on Golden paints, which is maybe one of the best acrylic paints, or at least the highest quality and most accessible around North America at least. But it's going to cost you about 3-4 times the price for often half the amount of paint. So again, you know, it's up to you. Other brands include Lascaux. I'm going to go through all of these here. Again, all this is in the supply guide. Oh, there's Kathy in the chat as well. Great to be back. Awesome. So you can see lots of different brands, and these are my suggestions if you're using any of these different brands, or you already have some colors from one of these brands and you want to fill out your palette so you can do exactly what we're doing in class. Now, I haven't used all of these paints, but these are my suggestions, and I think these should probably work pretty well to recreate what we're doing. However, there's a few that I don't like, and these are colors that add too much white as a filler into the paint, which really makes it impossible to make your own black, as well as all of your, anything you add, or really all of the colors, I was going to say before you add, or when you add white, but even before you add white, have a kind of pastel-like quality, so you really can't get beautiful, bright, saturated colors. That's not necessarily always a problem, but, you know, these brands here, I'm particularly disappointed in Peebo because aside from Golden, they're like one of the most common art supplies on Earth, so the fact that they cheapen out this way is very disappointing. Okay, so let's get into it. Okay. So the first step here is to get an image onto the canvas. Excuse me. Okay, let's start there. Our first step is to get an image onto the canvas. Now again, you could take the drawing course and you could learn how to draw, but if you just want to focus on painting right now, this is your best bet. So, what you can do is go to the Dropbox folder, the same place where you might have downloaded the free supply guide, and you could download this handout. So you can scroll to there. Let's go to the... Where's my... Let's make this bigger. Okay, so if you scan that QR code, it's going to look kind of like this. You'll see there's the supply guide at the very top, stuff to get started with the color wheel and value scale. And then all the artists we've done over the past almost 5 years now are organized by first name, last name, which might sound counterintuitive, but I tried the other way and I didn't recognize a lot of these names until I just put them first name, last name. So where are we? Egon. There we are. Egon Schiele. So this is a level 2. You'll notice that they're organized by number here, like Edward Hopper being an advanced painting, Edwin Holgate an intermediate, Egon Schiele at number 2. There's also number 1s scattered here for total beginners as well. So you scroll into this folder, you'll see you've got 2 versions of the outline. This thing here, one's a JPEG, one's a PDF, and then there's a JPEG of the original image itself. Right, so download those, and then we'll go to this next step. Where am I here? Okay. So I've got my 9x12 sized canvas board or canvas panel, same thing. I also, so once they usually come wrapped in plastic, I take it out of the plastic, I give it some sanding with some sandpaper, and then I apply some white acrylic gesso over top of it, let that dry overnight, and then I sand it with some sandpaper again to get a little bit smoother surface. So the reason I mention that is, you know, I see these little drips because I'll put that on there and, you know, put a little block like that and just let it dry overnight. And it's sitting on, there might be some newsprint underneath it, those little drips drip off, and it leaves these little drips on the end. That's usually how I know whether I've gessoed them or not. I mean, they come pre-gessoed. I just like a little bit more gesso. Okay, so let's take this in place. Sometimes I might move it around, but I think right in the middle's fine. Okay, next I'm going to use some carbon paper or graphite paper. And you should be able to get this from every art supply store. There is a link in the description to buy it if you want. I bought like a pack of 100 for like 12 bucks off Amazon. I meant to get a pen earlier. Ooh, it's hot in here. What is this? Let me get a pen. One thing I've been doing over the last month, probably since I last saw everyone, was doing a big-time organization. Everything's not quite finished, but for instance, I got all my pens in one box here. I actually got some sets of pens that aren't in here, but oh, it just feels so good to have a little bit of order returning here. Okay, so once we've got, in fact, I'm going to start down here. I'm just going to make a line. It's always a good idea just to double check that you got your carbon paper right side down. Because, hey, I've done this many times, done the whole thing, and realized, oh, it's on the back of, right, so it only takes a second to check before you get too far in there. So, you also, when you're doing this, you shouldn't have to press too hard. Like, when I do in-person classes, sometimes I'll see people like, and you can hear them breathing deeply, and like, come over, like, you don't have to press that hard. If you're pressing that hard and you're barely seeing any line on the other side, it probably means the carbon paper's upside down. And that's your own blood being poured out onto the canvas rather than graphite or carbon being transferred. So, I don't think anything in art should cause that level of pain. Although maybe Egon Schiele would disagree. I don't know. We'll talk about it. A very interesting character. Led a pretty wild life, albeit a very short one. Now usually I use a pen that's got like a blue or red color to it so I can see what lines I've traced and not traced, or what lines remain to be done. So that's one of those things, you know, I haven't done this in like a month, and just getting everything up and running again, like starting an old car that's been sitting in the garage all winter. Yeah, it takes a little bit of time to get it back in shape. I'm hoping to do a couple of more streams this weekend, so maybe as early as tomorrow morning. So if you're new to the channel, pretty good reason to subscribe. Ah, there's Lisa too. We got the whole gang back together. That's great. Right, so there's the image so far as we're just going. So even though you can't see any difference whatsoever on camera to the state of my studio right now, there's a lot of progress is made. I'm so happy. I finally was able to open boxes I haven't looked at since we moved 6-7 months ago now. When we moved, I didn't really think ahead. I didn't realize how much stuff we had until I had to start. I was like, oh, you know, then the night before, I'll just start putting a few things in boxes. I'll probably just need 10 boxes to fill it up, and we'll be good. And then started the packing and realized I need like 100 boxes. And there's no way I'm going to be able to do this just doing a few carloads. Ended up having to get hundreds of boxes and hire movers and... And I had a bunch of friends helping me who were just taking things off my shelves in my studio, just putting them into boxes. And so that meant that when I started to set up my studio, there was a lot of stuff I had no idea where it was. You know, it'd be one thing if I did all of that, throwing things into boxes, you know, at least I'd kind of be like, I kind of have an idea it's in this or that box. But I didn't do any of that because I was busy doing other things. So it's been an adventure. So I'm just flipping back and forth. This is also actually very similar to the way like animation artists that originally did things. They'd be doing this all the time. Like if they were drawing Snow White or Cinderella back in the day, and they'd be flipping it up to see the action, kind of like a flip book. Just trying to see if there's a glaring missing line, like an arm or an eye. You know, it's not... Most of the time, I'm not at all concerned with getting all the lines down. This one, I'm maybe a little bit more concerned about doing that because of the particular way that Schiele draws and paints. Very eccentric artist and artworks, to say the least. So those lines, to me, have a greater importance. I feel like there's a need for a little bit more precision than maybe I normally have. At least at this stage of the process. Okay. Still gotta organize this. You know, probably by the time that I'm the day before I die, I'll have everything sorted out. Everything will be organized. And then lightning will hit me. Boom! That's the way the universe works. You've done very well, Michael. Boom! Zeus strikes me down. Because it's generally the Greek gods that have the most perverse sense of humor. Okay. Are we good? Kathy's got a cat that's over and is very interested. I know what that's like. Katie says, I've been looking forward to this all day. Good to be back at the easel. Oh, wow. Awesome. I'm so blessed to have such a wonderful community of people that I belong to and who are so supportive and encouraging to one another. Let's move on. Let's get the next steps started. Woo. Wearing a wool sweater in my studio in the middle of summer. I'm gonna have to maybe think of something a little bit more lightweight here. Okay, let's go to the next step. What's going on? There we go. Take a sip of tea here. Now we're going to do one of my favorite steps. It's called the Imprimatura. Say it with me. Imprimatura. It's an Italian word. It's a fun word to say. And what it means is it's the first layer or the prime layer of paint. Artists have been doing this since the early Renaissance, maybe even earlier. Really took off when artists started painting on canvas as opposed to panel. Canvas being fabric stretched over a frame. And since artists have been painting on wood for, tens of thousands of years, when artists started to paint on canvas, I think a lot of them wanted that same canvas or wood color, like a brown, because that's what they've been used to. But it has all sorts of other uses, and also throughout history there's lots of artists that used colors beyond brown. Brown was the original kind of brick red, earthy color, but as you'll see here, my favorite color is a warm yellow. Now, I've done episodes where I do use a brown, but one of the reasons I like this yellow like this is because it takes no brain power. I squeeze a little bit of this paint out onto the table, or not the table, ideally not directly onto the table, into this little paint lid. Maybe a little bit too much water. And basically what I want here is about 60% paint to about 40% water. And this is about the only time I ever use water when I'm painting with acrylics. There's no law against it, and certainly a lot of people paint with water, but just water is generally how we activate watercolors. Acrylics already have a high amount of water. I don't know what the exact ratio is, but it wouldn't surprise me if it was something like 60% to begin with. So the reason I add water in here is it's like I'm staining the surface as opposed to painting the surface. Paint sits on the surface versus stain soaks into the surface. Just think about, if you're refinishing some furniture or your patio, your deck, many people will stain it so that they preserve the wood grain as opposed to painting it, which might completely cover and hide the wood grain. Right? Different people have different, somebody might want to paint an old chair bright purple. Some people are like, no, that's horrendous. I want it to be the original wood grain showing through. So, but the idea is that this color is going to soak into every bit of the canvas and all of, in and around the weave, because after all, canvas is a fabric and it's woven. So by staining it, it's quite, the fabric is going to absorb all the color, the gesso that's on top, and there won't be any little gaps where just plain white canvas shows through. And that's another reason why you see me kind of going left to right, up and down. This is just going to make absolutely sure that it's well absorbed. Every little bit here's got paint. Another thing it can do to this Imprimatura is just going to create a small thin layer of film over top of my pencil or my image transfer, the graphite or charcoal, and help keep that from smudging or smearing in subsequent layers. It's not a foolproof method because it's still going to be, it's not paint. It's a stain. So, especially if you're drawing with like a stick of charcoal. Right now, I do this, it's going to smudge and smear a lot. So it really is also material dependent, right? You're using anything above, like maybe like a 4B pencil, you'll probably notice those lines smudge a lot. You'll notice what I just did there is I wiped the excess paint off onto a rag. That's going to keep most of the paint on the rag and less of that paint goes into the water. And like today, I'll be painting for 2 or 3 hours with just this one mug full of water, and I don't have to go and get fresh water every 5 minutes because it's all cloudy and covered. I mean, it does look cloudy. I wouldn't want to drink this, but it's actually very little paint is in here, right? So I'm not too concerned about that. And also, acrylic is plastic, and the more paint that goes into this water and then subsequently goes down the drain after I'm done painting, the more ultimately ends up in the ocean, which gets eaten by fish, and then those fish get caught and chopped up at my local sushi restaurant, and I'm just not a big fan of eating plastic. I mean, call me crazy, but it's just not my preferred form of nutrition. I don't know if plastic has any nutritional qualities in there. Okay. So I'm going to blow dry this here, and also because there's that water in there, this should dry quite quickly. I'm surprised it's not actually bone dry already, considering how hot it is, but I guess there's probably a lot of humidity in here. It's slowing the drying time. Okay, so I'm going to mute the microphone for a moment. So I'm just wiping off maybe any excess paint. You can see the little bits on my hand there that might have built up on the edges. Because I'm going to do another layer of paint over top of this. In fact, Okay, before I move on and talk about Egon Schiele's biography and why today's painting is so important, I'm going to cover this painting with another layer of color, close to the original, so that it'll look kind of like this. Just a slight kind of aged paper kind of quality, because after all, this is watercolor and gouache on paper. I think it's on paper. In fact, yeah, it's gouache on paper. So I want to try to replicate this. Now, of course, I could just have left the canvas just pure white and been done with it. As if you've watched any of these episodes before, you know that I like to maybe spend a little bit more time at this stage for all sorts of reasons. Again, just like when I was talking about the Imprimatura, there's something for me about spending a little bit more time on getting a really nice, solid foundation that just makes the painting feel more professional, more like it's there. Like it's not a painting. Isn't just the big brush strokes, like the face and the arms and the legs. It's the whole surface that's really important. And I think that's actually probably a big difference between amateur artists and professional artists. Professional artists think of the whole thing, right? The way the painting feels in the hands, literally, as opposed to just the image itself. And you might say, well, who cares about how it feels in the hands? Well, a professional does, right? A professional, you know, when a collector picks it up and feels it, you want it to have like some weight to it, like not just gravitas, but like you want it to have like it feels like it's serious, right? It's not just going to blow away, right? And so it feels permanent. So anyway, long story short, let's move on to this next step here. So what I'm going to do, let's put some paint on this palette here so I can figure out how I'm going to do this. In my in-person classes, I actually made an Imprimatura that is kind of like old newspaper, or, well, not old newspaper, a little bit more like old paper. It's kind of got a little bit more of a yellowish quality, and so it kind of blends that yellow I like to use and this process that we're just doing here, just to speed it up for people. And if you wanted just to skip this, what I've been doing for the past 10 minutes and this step, it wouldn't bother me, it wouldn't surprise me even that you did that. So let's mix. What color is this? Let's take a look. I mean, it's not white, but it's pretty close, right? So it's essentially what we're gonna do is we're gonna take I'm gonna take a little bit of my warm yellow, a little bit of warm red, tiny bit of warm blue. So let's mix this up. This is going to turn into a brown. See, there's not a lot of color here. Maybe even a little bit more yellow. Okay, so the goal is, in fact, I'm going to just wipe a bunch of this away. I'm going to keep this color on a brush. And then I'm going to mix this in plus some matte medium. Matte medium is just clear acrylic paint without any color, right? So it's what's in all of these colors before they put the paint in. So now I'm going to mix this together. I think that's pretty close. I think, though, I'm going to run out of paint halfway through. So let's going to take a big scoop more white. The reason I'm putting the matte medium here is I want to make this color a little bit transparent so that I'll still be able to see my pencil lines that I put in there. If I just paint this white right over top of the surface, I'm going to cover up all my pencil lines and it'll be like, why did I spend all that time doing that to start? So this is going to preserve. Now, I'm just wondering if even that's enough. Let's get a little bit more white. The other thing, too, is it's going to let a little bit of that yellow come through. So I'm actually, let's put a bit more of this brown back in. So I'm just going to scrape that off. Okay, so let's move this back into position here. So now, again, my studio is really hot, so I noticed that a matte medium likes to dry pretty quickly. It kind of speeds up the drying time of acrylic paint, or at least that's my what I've noticed over the years. So if you got a hot studio like mine, you got to work quick. No diddle-daddling around on this step here. Otherwise, the paint will start to seize up on you within minutes, and you're not going to be very happy with the results. So I can see it's already starting to dry. I think I've got about another 10 seconds before I have to just walk away. See some areas of transparency, so I'll try to get a bit more paint in here. Okay, I think I'm really playing with fire here because this paint, when it starts to seize up, it's very unpleasant. That's why when you're doing this kind of thing, it's always a good idea just to have a little bit more paint than you think you'll need. So, do what I say, not what I do. Okay, I'm gonna start running into problems if I fiddle with this, so let's blow dry this. Okay. I think it still needs to dry just a little bit more, so we might see some more changes. Now the pencil lines, I don't know if you can still see them. They're still there. I can see them quite easily. They're probably not showing up on camera super well, but that's okay. You know, there are some slightly streaky areas where a little bit more of my yellow's coming through. I'm happy with it, but it was very close to being a situation where I might want to do another layer here. One thing that can be tempting is just to use this same paint and just to go in and fill in the missing areas or the areas that need a little bit more. The thing with that is now this has one coat of paint. This would then have two coats of paint. So you're like, well, now this one looks good, but this one looks, and then so if you're going to kind of touch up one area, I would suggest you do the whole thing, right? So if I really wanted to do that, I would probably, especially in this situation here where I'm almost out, is I would end up basically just using mostly matte medium and then try to have a little bit more paint in here in this area and then much more transparent the rest so that it is as even as possible. Now this paintbrush still has a lot of paint left in it, so I'm just going to kind of get as much off on the brush, or off the brush on here, so that let's say I dropped a paintbrush right in the middle of the painting. I'm like, ah! Then I could ideally use a little bit of this paint to do a bit of touching up and fixing. Whew. this brush. I should clean that too. Don't want to leave brushes sitting around covered with paint for more than maybe 5 minutes. Otherwise they're gonna dry, and then I'll have a nice toothpick, I guess, right? Okay, what's the next step? Let's just gonna move that so I don't touch it while I'm talking. One thing is, sometimes I get a little messy and my fingers get kind of dirty, so let's just... Okay, while this painting is drying, let's take a little break here to talk about the life and times of Egon Schiele, and specifically why today's painting is so important. So, let's go here. I can maybe just a quick shout out to the Facebook group. If you haven't already, I encourage you to join the Facebook group. The link, I think it's the first link in the description below. And I think there'll be in the next week or two, we're going to do a free bonus feedback session where I go through everything that's on the Facebook and give some free advice on how to improve or just celebrate your achievements. Again, whether that's like today's artwork you're working on or something you did years ago, or even one of the drawings from our drawing course, I still give people free feedback on that. So if you want to participate in that, join the Facebook group and upload some of your most recent work there so that we have something to celebrate. Okay, so Egon Schiele, and often either kind of pronounced, I've heard, so Egon Schiele, who I've heard pronounced as Schiele or Schiele, you know, literally like you think of the woman's name Schiele. I often hear people refer to Egon Schiele or Schiele. You know, I was over the past few weeks listening and watching documentaries with experts, you know, and using both versions. I've also heard instead of Egon, Egon, so or Egon, yeah, Egon, Egon, or I don't know. Anyway, Egon Schiele is born in 1890 and at the tender young age of 28 years old dies on Halloween. So, one of the great avant-garde artists of his time, a huge influence on modern art, and a really interesting person, a wild, controversial life and art. So let's sort of dive into... Oh, you know what? I forgot. I wanted to... to queue up where he was born. No, not that. Okay, let's do it that way. I wanted to show... Where's my map? Okay, so Egon Schiele is born in 1890 in Tulln, which is this town in what was Austria-Hungary at back in the day. You can see it's just a little bit northwest of Vienna here. And so if we keep zooming out, so Austria being kind of on the eastern end of Europe, and adjacent to kind of Hungary, Slovakia, Czechia, and let's just keep on going a little further out here. Austria at this time that Egon Schiele is born is kind of in a cultural shift, going from being a very conservative country to being on the leading edge of avant-garde art. And a lot of really important artists and intellectuals are kind of coming to the fore at the exact same time as Egon Schiele is himself. Most prominently, Egon Schiele's soon-to-be mentor, Gustav Klimt, who is arguably maybe the greatest Austrian artist of all time, or at least modern art. Certainly had a longer career than Schiele himself did. But of course, at the same time, not too far away from where Egon Schiele's studio is Sigmund Freud, right? The father of psychoanalysis, and a really influential thinker of his time. Beyond all sorts of other great authors and things. But anyway, Egon Schiele is born in this little town, kind of out on the, which is now basically probably 5-minute drive from downtown Austria, but would have been like, a good horse ride into town. So his father was the station master of this little kind of town outside of Vienna, and so had his grandfather was a train engineer, so as well as Egon Schiele's uncle. So this growing up surrounded by trains was his youth. Like the family literally lived above the train station, inside the train station on the second floor, overlooking the train tracks. So all day long, all night long, trains rolling through, and the young Egon Schiele was constantly drawing the trains. And the idea was presumed that he would eventually grow up and become an engineer or take over his father's position as the local station master. But it turned out he was enjoying the drawing of trains more than the trains themselves. So that started to create a greater conflict in the life of Egon Schiele as he grew older, particularly with his father. Now, there's sort of this legendary or infamous story about his youth, in that his father married this younger woman, what's his mother's name? Marie, and who was quite young. I think she was like 17 years old when they married. There's various different explanations as to why this happened, but supposedly, according to legend, on their wedding night, instead of consummating the marriage, he left and went to a local brothel where he contracted syphilis, which he later gave to his wife, and that she in turn gave to a number of their children, some of whom died very young. So this relationship between sex and death become kind of, or like sex and disease, like sex both pleasurable and the source of all negative things in life, is sort of like a theme that seems to run through Egon Schiele's life and art as a whole. Because, as Egon was growing up, syphilis, which eventually starts to play havoc on the mind of a person who's infected, really started to cause his father to exhibit kind of these manic, strange behaviors, where his father would be perfectly normal to then having wild mood swings and behaving increasingly strangely. And of course, you know, maybe at first the family didn't know exactly what was going on, and it's not even clear as to when they found out his father had syphilis and when his mother found out she had syphilis. But you know, Egon himself, from a young age, started to see his father, you know, starting to kind of go mad, as some people might say, or insane. And you know, it's not too hard to see how he himself would start to, being the only son of the family, thinking, maybe this is my future too. Maybe I'm going to lose it. So that idea of, you know, madness being kind of his future inheritance is also, again, that theme that's another theme that kind of seems to be quite prevalent in the work of Egon Schiele. And again, this is at a time where Sigmund Freud is becoming one of the most important thinkers on Earth in the early 20th century, and he's just down the road from Schiele. And so the idea that the interior world of a person could have positive or terrible ramifications on oneself and one's body and then one's family and community was omnipresent in this young boy as he's growing up. His mother too, I'm not sure if it's here in Wikipedia, but I was reading elsewhere where, you know, she basically said that her kind of blamed her children for her place in life, and made comments along the lines like, if it wasn't for you kids, you know, I would be happy and I'd have, you know, be doing everything I wanted, but basically you children have ruined my life. All right? So again, you're thinking you're growing up in a family whose father is clearly going insane because of his own depraved actions, which have now influenced his wife and Egon's mother, who herself is probably starting to go a little bit wonky, who is now taking her anger out on her children. Like, seems like a very unhealthy environment for these children to grow up in. Let's see. So again, there's going to be, if it's not already clear in just the short little bit that I've begun here, we're going to be talking about some stuff that may be upsetting to some people. So kind of listener, viewer discretion advised. Some of the topics that we'll cover might not be appropriate for younger people, or people who might be very sensitive to some of these topics, such as incest and or depictions of nude children. I'll try to keep this as safe for work as possible, but it's pretty hard when you're talking about some of these things to keep it all above board. So even from this young period, there's questions about the relationship between Egon and his youngest sister, Gertrude. Often I was like, that's not her name, Gertie. So Gertie and Egon were very, very close together, probably because their parents were becoming very unpredictable and chaotic. But there were rumors, even by the parents, that there was something maybe untoward going on there. So much so that at one point as legend goes, they thought that they might be engaged in some sort of sexual activity behind a locked door. The parents trying to get in, let us in, and they're like, no, no, we can't open the door, thinking, what's going on? Only for them to kick the door down, to realize that they were developing film and didn't want to open the door because they wanted the lights off so it wouldn't ruin the film that they were developing. But you can kind of... that doesn't happen. Parents don't do that if that's the only sign that something strange is going on in the family. Again, the parents probably not their faculties aren't quite there, but the fact that that's happening, I don't know. Again, we will never really know what was going on in this situation, but we do know that later on, Egon Schiele's really his first main art model that he used, because he couldn't really afford models, was his younger sister Gertie, and she posed nude in many of those artworks. That's kind of strange, and a lot of people don't have their, invite their family to pose nude for them in their artwork. So that, I was watching a documentary this morning that did sort of talk about how in Austria at this time the age of consent was 14, and a lot of sex workers in Vienna the majority of them were younger than 14. So I think keeping a little bit of that in mind, that some of the things that we might see about Egon Schiele that to us now seem kind of very shocking or depraved were considered to be kind of the norm back in the day, right? Again, we not, yeah. So just as some of this stuff will make even the most wild person blush a little bit. Okay, so at the age of 14 years old, Egon Schiele's father dies of syphilis, leaving the family kind of in a lurch, right? Like, again, this is back in a time where most women are not working or don't even have an opportunity to work. So when the head of the household dies, what are we going to do? It turns out that they sort of become the ward of their uncle, who is also in the railway business. And so the uncle sort of helps support the family, gives them some money, and later on is a supporter of Egon's to a certain point. But the father, or this uncle, was not the biggest fan of, again, just like Egon's father, of pursuing art, and especially when he starts to see the art that Egon makes as we go forward. And Egon's wanting more and more money. Eventually he ends up cutting Egon off completely. So there is this, like, the family kind of is in dire financial straits. And I think, I'm not the only one to think about this, but what it does form is Egon is like, okay, if I'm going to make art, I'm going to have to become successful at it. I'm not, born with like a silver spoon. Like, I have to figure out how I can make the art I want to make and survive. And so that causes Egon to be, money and business and art and the kind of art all kind of become this, they're orbiting one another. They're always very present in the forefront of his mind as he creates what he creates. And so that's one of the things as his work starts to develop, especially as he moves into this more avant-garde phase, and we'll look at some of the artworks. There's a certain point where we'll see his work gets quite shocking, but Egon is also smart enough to know that shock value might turn off lots of people, but it might also bring him lots of attention and could potentially lead to sales of artwork. So he starts art school when he is only 16 years old in 1906 at the, and let me see if I can pronounce this, at the Kunstgewerbeschule. Kunstgewerbeschule. I don't know how you pronounce that. The Kunst is art, so that's the first thing, but Gewerbeschule. Okay. Which was the preeminent art school in all of Austria. Incidentally, it was the same art school that Adolf Hitler applied to and was rejected from. And so keep that in mind later on, because one of the main things that upsets Adolf Hitler and causes him to basically ban modern art is that he's looking at artists like Egon Schiele and thinking like, this is who you let into your art school versus me? Like, have you guys lost your mind? Like, I think it was the year after Adolf Hitler applied to art school is when Egon Schiele was accepted into art school, and at this very young age as well. Having said that, even then, Egon Schiele's work didn't show any signs of being out of the ordinary. The school was quite conservative anyway, and really teaching the kind of academic traditions of the past. So it wasn't like he went into this school where it was just like all sorts of wild stuff going on. In fact, later on, very soon, here Egon Schiele ends up getting kicked out of the school because of his more avant-garde tendencies. But we're just sort of, so this is probably artwork here that he would have used in his applications to art school, or some of the very early things he would have done while he was in school. So nothing kind of too dramatic or unseemly at this stage. Like, I love some of these drawings that he did. I'm just going to turn this here. Sorry. Like some of these kind of watercolor paintings of water. I think those are gorgeous. Some of these are just beautiful. So it does show that he's got a lot of talent as a young man, right? Again, he's only 17 years old when he's painting the paintings on screen right now. So Chiswick, Leopold Chiswick, I think that's his uncle, right? Let's just double check. Just want to make sure I get that right. Yeah, okay, I just wanted to double check. That's his uncle. Right, and that's kind of a smart way to ingratiate yourself with the man who's paying the bills, is to make lots of paintings of him, right? And to use him as your model, because then he's like, oh, okay, this kid that who I've sort of been suddenly thrust into caring for is doing a pretty good job, because what a handsome man he's making paintings of. Okay, and we start seeing here some of the early self-portraits that Egon Schiele creates. And self-portraiture becomes one of the, I'd say, three main types of art that Schiele makes later on, or that form the bulk of the approximately 2,000 paintings he creates. Or no, is it 2,000... drawings, 2,000 paintings that he leaves behind? 2,000 drawings, 200 paintings? I think that might be more right. You also see that, especially when he was younger, he does a lot of landscape artworks. He does go through a period where he basically paints no landscapes for a long period of time, all the way until very close to the end of his short life, where he starts painting landscapes again. Okay, so here we're in 1908 is kind of an important period of time here. And we're going to start seeing his art start to really change and become more stylized, less influenced by the academic tradition that he had been taught when he was in art school, because that's when he starts falling under the influence of Gustav Klimt. So his teacher in the academy was Christian Greppenkerl. Correct me if I'm wrong. Yeah, who had a very strict approach to techniques of painting, of ultra-conservative style. And so he only lasted 3 years in art school, which I don't know how long art school was back in the day. It might have been 4 years, 5 years tops, I would imagine. Now I'm not sure, I haven't actually read the Wikipedia page. I've read a few books over the past little while here, so forgive me as I'm just trying to get the Cliff Notes version of all of this. Yeah, so 1907 he meets Gustav Klimt, Gustav Klimt by this point in time is the most famous artist in Austria, and certainly in Vienna, where Egon Schiele lived. And if you're a young artist, Klimt would have been like, I'm trying to think, what would be a comparison to all of this? I'm trying to think of what's an analogy. Like, if you're going to school in Vienna and you have your teachers are teaching you a particular method of painting that has been taught for 500-600 years and is a tried and tested and true method that works. It's in all of the museums, and yeah, that's fine, no problem. You're studying there, but then down the street is this one artist who's using a couple spoonfuls of that traditional academic method, but 85% of the rest of his artwork is wildly different than that. And all of the young kids are, interested in hanging out there at his studio, studying from him. He's kind of becomes this kind of guru of the art scene. Let's see if we can find some images of Gustav. Okay, so just for reference here. Right, so these are paintings, quite famous paintings by Gustav Klimt. This painting, Adele Bloch-Bauer, sold for $135 million just over a decade, or 20 years ago. I guess time to move fast. That was a whole very controversial thing there, because these paintings had been stolen by the Nazis and disappeared and then reappeared, and then there was lawsuits over this. Here's the famous Kiss by Gustav Klimt. So these paintings, this is the kind of stuff, right? Again, you're seeing 1907, 1908 is when this painting appeared. I mean, this is the kind of stuff that Klimt, like the big rock star of Vienna in Austria, is creating. And so it's kind of hard to see this kind of thing, and then you go back to your art school classroom and you're painting paintings that are quite drab and really just seem like they were from a century ago and have nothing to do with what Klimt is doing down the street from you. So increasingly, Schiele kind of falls under the influence of Klimt. Klimt becomes his mentor. kind of like an older brother that Schiele never had, right? You think about like the influences that Klimt, the male influences that Schiele had in his life up until this point, like his father and his uncle not being the most supportive of Schiele's artistic ambitions, and then he falls under the influence of this guy who's like the most famous artist around, who's doing really kind of wild and very adventurous art that conflicts directly with what his teachers are teaching. And so I see here in Wikipedia they talk about how Schiele left the academy in 1909. In other places, I read that he was kicked out of school, that he had written a letter with a number of his other students, sort of wrote like a letter that was co-signed by a number of people, kind of complaining about how, what you guys are teaching us is totally outdated and useless and worthless, and this isn't going to help us get jobs and become artists in the contemporary world. Like, get hip with the new way of doing things, old guys. And so, of course, the school did not take kindly to that and kicked them out. Here it says that he left because he was unsatisfied. Who knows? But him and this group of artists, I think one of whom later on goes on to marry his sister Gertie. I could be wrong about that. But his fellow students, I think there's about 4 of them, leave and start this movement they call the New Art Group, or the New Kunstgruppe, and start trying to exhibit their work as this small kind of avant-garde collective. That, of course, is music to Gustav Klimt's ears, because he's like, wow, this kid that's been kind of coming around the studio and hanging out, he's just got himself kicked out of art school because he says they're not rock and roll enough. Like, that's pretty, this kid's this little punk rocker, I love it. So Klimt is like, okay, this guy has got, a lot of street cred. He's willing to kind of get himself kicked out of art school or drop out of art school. And I like the kind of stuff he's doing, so I'm going to encourage him. So he helps Gustav Klimt helps Egon Schiele find models to paint, as well as collectors willing to buy Schiele's work. Right, so there is a strong relationship between these two men. In fact, I just want to double check, how old is Klimt at this time? So Klimt is born 1862, so he was 18 years older than Egon Schiele, right? So, definitely, I said earlier that Klimt was sort of like an older brother, but it may even be more along the lines of like an actual father figure. He's old enough to be his father, really, at this stage, right? Okay. So let's take a look at some of the artworks that he's making right around this time, that he really kind of around the time where he is under the influence of Klimt and eventually drops out of art school. And you start seeing the way that he starts painting figures starts to become stranger and stranger, more kind of distorted and stylized. Often, as we'll see, the figures start taking on these extreme contorted positions. And there's lots of discussion as to why that happened, how that happened, where did he arrive at this particular iconic style of artwork. Again, some of the images we're going to be looking at here with Egon Schiele are maybe not safe for work, so if you're if you're at work, you may want to pause and come back. I was reading, there's some suggestion that because for Egon, because Sigmund Freud is really interested in the mind, and madness is one of the things that often comes up in especially early Freudian kind of writing. That and there were these people who would have been committed to psychiatric facilities, mental hospitals, or insane asylums, quote unquote, back in the day. You know, there was this sort of perverse thing that would happen where you could literally go on like tours to the local, quote, asylum, and, you know, they would serve drinks and wine, and you'd walk around and just check out all the crazy people in the building, right? And then go and laugh about it later on with your friends. Like, that was quite a common thing, not just in Austria, but in England, France, North America, that the high society would go and laugh at these people who suffering from debilitating mental difficulties. I don't think Schiele ever went and did one of those tours. I don't think he would have been able to afford it. But just knowing that that was something that people were doing, especially that wealthy people were doing, and there's lots of evidence that Schiele saw books that included photographs of people undergoing various levels of mental distress, often in very contorted positions, some of whom are also being given electroshock therapy, which causes people to tense up in these very strange ways. And so that Egon Schiele, you know, being aware of this, aware of the mind and the research that Freud is doing into the mind and the unconscious, is incorporating these new ideas into his work. You know, as I was saying those things, it would occur to me, well, you know, if Schiele sees rich people who are fascinated with the so-called insane, that, you know, perhaps he thinks to himself, you know, if I incorporate some of those strange positions into my work, maybe that could help me sell work. I don't know, I'm just spitballing there. I was watching a documentary this morning where a doctor, a contemporary doctor, was suggesting that perhaps Egon Schiele had autism, that he was a little bit on the spectrum, and that might have caused his kind of interest in these more distorted figures. You know, my own daughter has autism, and I do notice, you know, she likes to do, you know, sometimes things with her fingers and holding things up, and you know, and sometimes that's because of like the tension, like stress that she might kind of take on these kind of maybe slightly strange kind of hand movements. I don't know. I also think, I would say it maybe has some of those things, or are some of the reasons it might explain why his artwork starts taking on these like very kind of strange positions. Again, not safe for work, a lot of this stuff. Let's see if I can find one that's like, okay. I mean, you're seeing these pictures with like bodies without arms or sometimes without legs. What's one that, okay, so here, you know, this portrait here, portrait of the painter Max Oppenheimer. You can see his arm off to the side, like in his one arm, you know, very kind of strange position. It could have been that he was just sitting in a couch with his arm on the back of the chair, but Schiele has just removed that entirely. I think it's Schiele trying to create a very distinct art separate from the art that he had learned when he was in school. You know, the academic tradition of painting had you know, comes all the way, you can trace it all the way back to the ancient Greeks and ancient Romans, and that, you know, there's like a stoicism to the poses of their gods. Like everything is there's a gracefulness to the figure. sometimes they are a little bit stiff, but they're kind of like heroic poses. Even when you're painting like a woman who's like reclining, you know, it's like there's like kind of a carefree quality to it. They're not being observed, but there's still this attempt at kind of gracefulness. And I don't think most people, when they look at Egon Schiele's work, use the word gracefulness. There's kind of like a strange alien awkwardness. Even in the photographs that Egon Schiele had taken of himself, he often poses with, you know, like, which later on David Bowie used on the cover of his album. Let's see, David Bowie album cover. Okay, so this album Heroes, which has the very famous song Heroes. This album was also, if I recall, I was going to say it was recorded in Austria, but I think this was all done in Berlin. These are the Berlin years. David Bowie and Iggy Pop hanging out, strung out from heroin. They left America to go there and composed some of their greatest music, as far as I'm concerned. But you can see, like, this image by David Bowie is directly inspired by the work of Egon Schiele, right? This very strange kind of pose that is like, what on earth is he doing? Is inspired by Egon Schiele's own strange artwork. Yeah, so as I was saying, Egon Schiele, I think, is, or Schiele, depending on how you want to pronounce, is, I think, just, he's basically trying to brand himself. Like, what is, if I have to survive as an artist, I have to be really unique. I have to give people something they can't buy from anybody else. I have to create artwork that is instantly recognizable, that has a very strong, iconic type of style. And one of the ways is the way that he paints the kind of brushstrokes. We'll get into that momentarily, but I think going even down to the way he poses the figures is about as opposite to the way that, you know, artists like Leonardo da Vinci, who's considered to be sort of like the artist that all academic art aspires to. You know, him and maybe Raphael would be the two at the very top of that pyramid or mountain of academic art. So I think Egon Schiele is like, I'm going to go in, you know, everyone is going in this direction towards Leonardo. I'm going to go in this direction, and that's where I think, that's where my gold mine is going to be. You'll notice that Egon also paints self-portraits, not just of his face, but of his nude body as well. And that is also quite unusual for a male artist to do, or even a female artist for that matter, but particularly for male artists, because male artists are like the you know, there's an attempt at seriousness, but also that they are the ones doing the watching, and generally the looking at, the leering at nude women. Right, so for Gustav Klimt to make nude artwork of himself is to kind of associate himself with the female body, and to kind of turn that gaze, that male gaze, in and upon himself, which again goes back to this idea of like Sigmund Freud kind of trying to dive into the unconscious, to look at subjective experience and subjective memories, and to do kind of like a self-analysis, right? That, yeah, there's problems with the society and culture and the world outside of the self, but if we can look at the self and figure the self out, then maybe we can, you know, improve the world, right? That's a little bit of the Freudian kind of model, is fix the self, and then the self will fix the the others, or other. What else? Okay, so here's where we start getting into some sticky stuff. So, as if all of this hasn't been sticky enough, but so Egon Schiele, when does he first meet Vali? I just want to check. Okay, 1911. So, in around this time, so 1908 is really kind of 1908, 1909 is kind of this starts to be the breakthrough time for Egon Schiele. He starts to make his work is starting to become more avant-garde. We can see the stylization that he becomes known for starts to appear. He eventually gets kicked out or drops out of art school. Who knows exactly what happens. It becomes like kind of a devout follower of Gustav Klimt. He starts exhibiting his art, starts selling his art, and he's got a studio in kind of the center of Vienna, and it's, you know, it's kind of like open door. People are coming and going. There's lots of beautiful women coming into his studio that he's painting and drawing. But also there's, like, you know, these street urchins, you know, like Charles Dickens, like kids who are, you know, who are homeless, who would come into his studio. He would make paintings and drawings of them as well. And because this is, he's a typical bohemian artist, right? There's the bohemian life. There's no kind of high or low, right? Everyone is equal. We're all cool, right? There's no leader and there's no oppressed. We're all on the same kind of level. It's all, you know, barter system when you're trading things, and like no judgment about how people live their lives. You know, this is a super, you know, progressive, very permissible environment where everything goes, and so the things that he does in Vienna, nobody raises an eyebrow. It's like, that's just, you know, artists are wild, crazy people. They get up to strange kind of stuff, right? And around this time is when he meets this woman, Vali Neusel, who becomes kind of his best friend. They're a romantic partner. She poses for a lot of his early artwork. I mean, she's 17 years old when he's 21, but as I said, the age of consent back in the day was 14, so that wouldn't have raised an eyebrow with anyone. And they are kind of, they're glued together. There's lots of people who noted, like, you would rarely see one without the other, that they were always around together, that she kind of had this instinctive understanding of what he needed. She was more than willing to pose nude for him and to touch her body while she's nude in a way that most, even today, you get fired for asking models to do certain things that Egon Schiele asked Vali to do for him in his artwork. Without going into any other details about that, it would be crossing the line. Whereas Vali was like, you know, I'm up for it. You know, we are doing important work. You're an important artist, creating like whatever you think we need to do, and so they are like thick as thieves together. Eventually, Gustav Klimt. Or not, eventually Egon Schiele starts to feel, though, that like the being in the big city, it's just too chaotic, too many parties, too much craziness. You know what? I kind of want to go and have a little bit of a quieter, more bourgeois life in the countryside. Like a lot of artists, like maybe, you know, famously somebody like Claude Monet, moves from Paris to Giverny, builds his own little studio out there in what was the middle of nowhere, puts some Japanese gardens in the backyard and spends the rest of his life painting water lilies. Like, a lot of artists are like, that's kind of perfect. Just living out in the middle of nowhere, making my paintings. I don't have to deal with, collectors hounding me for stuff. I just make the work, ship it off, it sells, I get a paycheck, boom. That's awesome. So the two of the, Vali and Egon are like, let's go out and let's get a little, rent a little house in the middle of nowhere. You can paint all day long. And so that's what they do. They go to two small towns. So they move to her mother's hometown of Krumau, and then later to Nulenbach. So these small towns, kind of not too dissimilar from where Egon was born and raised, and they set up kind of shop there, but their lifestyle is the way they were living in Vienna, in the big city, didn't raise an eyebrow at all. But you bring that to the small town, and people are like, who are these, these debaucherous degenerates that have moved into the house for rent down on the end of the street? Because just to start, the fact that you have two young people that aren't married living together was, again, in Vienna, not a big deal, but in the small, more conservative towns outside of Vienna was, that's just not something you did. You, especially an unmarried woman living with a man, that's, for a lot of, even still to today, there are people who find that very offensive, right? So 120 years ago, this raises major alarm bells. The other thing, too, is, again, Egon would be painting outside. He'd have his Vali would be posing for him in the garden, and people are, like, biking by or walking by on their way to work in the fields or, in the mines, and they're just like, what on earth is going on in this guy's front yard? Like, are you kidding me? Like, at least go indoors, but to be painting your mistress or this woman outside in the yard, like, are in the nude. And then, what started to happen too is just like when he was in Vienna, and you got kids coming in, these street urchins coming in from the street hanging out, and he's giving them a little bit of bread. They're doing this in this little community. The local kids, they're playing when their parents are at work. They're coming into Schiele's house, and Schiele's making drawings of them. And on the walls are all these nude drawings of Schiele's partner, Vali. And then they come back, their parents come back home from work, and these kids are like, yeah, I was hanging out at that artist's house. You should see all these nude pictures there. And the parents are like, what did you do today? Whoa. Okay, so boom. Things start getting pretty spicy pretty quickly. And it is sort of punctuated. The thing that is the deal breaker is one day, apparently, again, according to legend, it's pouring rain, and this 14-year-old girl shows up at their door at the home of Egon Schiele and his partner Vali. And it's pouring rain, she's drenched in, and they're like, oh, well, what's going on? Come on inside. And she's like, I hate my parents, they're evil people, and they don't want me to live the life I want to live, blah, 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 whatever. Like, you can't let me go back there, they're terrible. So they're just like, oh my goodness, like, yes, okay, you can stay with us for a few days. And again, I'm not exactly sure what happened here, but apparently some sources say that they accompanied her on the train to Vienna so that this young girl could go and stay with her grandmother that lived in Vienna. Of course, the parents find out that this is what's happened, they're frantically searching for their daughter, and find out that she went down the street to this artist's house who, I don't know, maybe was running some kind of brothel there, like the scandalous family at the end of the street. And they took the daughter and took her to Vienna. Like, are you out of your mind? Egon Schiele He's arrested. He's thrown in jail. He's not even told why he's arrested. He doesn't even know what's going on. Tons of his artwork are scooped up and taken with them to the courthouse. There's a trial, and the judge, to make a point, burns the drawing that Egon Schiele liked the most, that was above his bed in their house. He burns it for him, like, this is what's going to happen if something doesn't radically change here. Get your stuff together, because I don't want to ever see you again here. And next time it's not going to be just one drawing I burn, but we're going to burn it all, and you're going to spend the rest of your life in this jail cell. Egon Schiele, while he was in jail, he was making artworks, he was writing letters. To her credit, Vali, his life partner at this stage, stuck by him, helped get influential people and lawyers to help with Schiele's court case. Again, he's sort of eventually kind of let out of jail with a slap on the wrist, like, so that is, that could have gone in a different direction, where Schiele could have spent the rest of his life in jail, but he ends up spending, I think, after the trial ends, 3 more days in jail, then let out. Needless to say, they leave town and go back to Vienna. And from that point on, it seems like the work that Schiele starts to do starts to become, well, the majority of it starts to become a little bit more, quote, normal. He does continue making these nude drawings, but never again is he making drawings of potentially nude children, or painting children really at all. What was I going to say about this? So again, he's painting these local kids in this town. That's a really bad idea, especially when you've got, here's these, again, some of this stuff, even to this day, is, some people find extremely offensive. And that this is on the walls of his house while children are coming and going. I wonder if there's any of the artwork in here from his stay in jail. Alright, those 2 little girls just hanging out. Again, yeah. I think these might be things that he did in and around the time he was in jail. Let's just see, when was it exactly he's in jail? April 12th, he's arrested and thrown in jail because he was arrested for kidnapping and seducing a girl of 13. Again, his partner Vali, vehemently denied that any of that happened, and that certainly helped with the trial. But they moved back to Vienna. Now he's got an exhibition that takes place. I want to see. Okay, so I think that's the majority of the most scandalous stuff is behind us now. Now that he's kind of come back to, he's been chastened, and now he's back in Vienna. He's still very successful, but he's definitely like, okay, I better, like, I don't want to get in that's not the kind of trouble. Like, his artwork kind of courted controversy, but this is like, that's the kind of controversy nobody wants. But they settle in Vienna. And the studio that he gets in Vienna is ultimately is directly across the street from this kind of very bourgeois family that happens to have 2 daughters, who I think at this time were, 17 years old. Edith and Adele Arms. And, you know, Egon is painting, and there's like some playful stories of them, you know, smiling and doing hand gestures as they look at one another through the window across the street. And eventually, Egon, he writes a letter asking the parents of Edith and Adele if he can accompany these two young women to the movies, and he'll bring his I don't know how his girlfriend with them to the movies as sort of like a chaperone, which is just kind of like you know, is bizarre to say the least. That you're like, can I take your daughters to the movie and I'll bring my girlfriend along with us so that we can assure everything's going to be above board, right? And so for those, and the parents not relented, just gave their okay, like, well, that's kind of weird, but sure, he's gonna bring his girlfriend, I can't see what's wrong with that. And you know, for those two young women hanging out with Egon Schiele, who by this time is become, you know, after Gustav Klimt, one of the most famous artists in town, kind of like pretty cool thing, you know. You know, it's like if you're living in a big town and, I don't know, David Bowie says, you mind if I take your, I like going to see movies, I'm happy taking your daughters to the movie with me, right? Those kids are like, oh my God, please, Mom, you gotta let us go, this is the coolest thing that's ever happened. So, long story short, Egon Schiele falls in love with one of the daughters, Edith. And again, this is not exactly sure what's happening. These two young women, you know, growing up as a very bourgeois family, kind of a boring, you know, predictable life. And here's the artist across the street who wants to go to movies, which for, you know, back in this time period are pretty new, kind of strange and weird. You know, it would have been like going to see an art performance or something, right? And he's going to go take them to this thing. Of course, there's the situation with Egon Schiele's life partner, his lover, Vali, and he's kind of fallen in love with another woman, and or maybe two sisters, right? Like, what's the deal here? He writes... So Egon Schiele writes a letter to his friend Arthur Rossler, who says, I intend to get married advantageously and not to Vali. So essentially what he's saying is like, you know, I got in trouble when I was living out in the countryside, but you know what? I kind of like that lifestyle of kind of living out in the country with lots of money. This time I need lots of money. That way, you know, I won't be the kind of the weirdo down the street. I'll be the rich guy down the street, which might be beneficial in some way. So he's starting to yearn for this more bourgeois lifestyle as opposed to this bohemian, starving artist kind of situation. And he's like, in order to do that, I got to sell a lot of artwork, or I could just marry a rich woman. And so Vali is the one that has to go. And, you know, while I was reading this, it made me think of this movie, A Place in the Sun, starring Montgomery Clift and Elizabeth Taylor. I'm a huge Montgomery Clift fan. Probably most people have never heard of him, but he was sort of like the James Dean before James Dean. It was like Montgomery Clift, Marlon Brando, and James Dean were the great modern actors of their period. And this is an awesome film. If you've never seen A Place in the Sun, especially if you're like, oh, I don't know, old movies are so boring. Well, give this one a taste. It's essentially kind of a similar story about this kind of young couple from the countryside, don't have a lot of money. And then one day, while they're on vacation, Montgomery Clift spots this beautiful, young, very wealthy girl, Elizabeth Taylor, and finds himself in a bit of a pickle because he is no longer attracted to his young. I think that maybe there were his. There were, I think it was maybe his fiance. No longer attracted to his fiance. Now has like, man, imagine if I fall in love with this beautiful woman who is also super rich, right? I'd be set. Everything's going to be perfect. So anyway, when I'm thinking about Egon Schiele, I started thinking a lot about A Place in the Sun, one of my favorite movies. So essentially, he sits Vali down and says to her, like, look, I think we got to go our own way. I've fallen in love with this young rich girl. Like, you know, ideally what we could do, just hear me out, hear me out. You know, we could still kind of keep our thing going. You know, we could go on little vacations together. You know, maybe 2 or 3 times a year. We meet up, we continue on our lives as normal, and then I'll go back to my wife in Vienna. And Vali, to her credit, is like, are you insane? You're going to get married and then I'm going to be your mistress? Like, what are you thinking? Like, how did you ever think that this was going to work, Egon? Like, no, I'm not going to be your mistress. Like, no. And so she promptly, boom, is gone. And respect for her for standing up for herself and not getting, you know, pulled into this weird thing that Egon Schiele was planning. So this is the artwork that Egon Schiele makes kind of in mourning of this relationship. It's called Death and the Maiden. One of the most famous large paintings by Egon Schiele. So I'm just looking at the time. Whoa, I've been talking for a long time here. Okay. But this essentially here is this image of this couple at the moment of dissolution. You know, I think if you've ever been in a relationship and it's, you know, it's run its course, there's kind of, and especially if, you know, there's this moment where you both know it's coming to an end, and so she's holding on to him for dear life, and then he is, you know, holding her, but also, as some people have said, potentially sort of biting into her like a vampire, right? His skin sort of looks more sickly and darker, and he's like sucking her life force out. Other things that I've seen people write about this is is that he appears to be sort of dressed in this military overcoat, whereas she's kind of dressed in this kind of like beautiful silky negligee kind of thing. And also to note, originally when this painting was made, her bum was exposed here. There was sort of like this open flap in the back of her dress, which is kind of, again, it's very strange, to say the least. That was, he was recommended by some friends like, Egon, I love this painting, but like, what's the deal with the butt hanging out the back of the dress? Like, why does she have a hole in her dress right where her bum is? Like, I don't know, but you should probably cover that up. And so he did. But this is the painting that was made sort of documenting the dissolution of this relationship. Okay, I think we're starting to get close to the end here. World War I breaks out. Egon Schiele is conscripted into the army, but manages to find a fairly cozy position for himself in the army, partially because he's able to convince them that his handwriting, his printing, is so clear that he should be not sent to the front lines, but in the communications department of the military. And so that's accepted, and he ends up, he also marries Edith Herms, which also gives him privileges that most soldiers don't have, because at the time, if you were married, you were allowed to bring your partner to and have them either sleep in the barracks, or at times you could actually be living off site with your wife and then kind of to come and go. So he basically ends up having this perfect situation where he's actually set up, the military gives him places to stay and work, and he's able to basically continue working full-time, making paintings, despite being officially in the military. He makes lots of paintings of especially captured Russians, prisoners of war. And then during this time, Gustav Klimt dies. So I think in 1917, Klimt dies, and which is a great tragedy. It's mourned, like, you know, he's like the titan of the art world and like the main cultural figure in Austria. He passes away, and Egon Schiele is sort of elevated to, like, now he's going to take Klimt's position as the great artist of our time. So much so that he's in this building, the Vienna Secession, which still exists today. This is building in Vienna where kind of like the great modern art is always on display, like always has kind of the leading edge stuff on display. In the basement, Gustav Klimt did these beautiful murals. I've been there, it's beautiful. But Egon Schiele is given the main space and has this giant exhibition of about 50 paintings on display. Almost all of them sell out. So, you know, it's basically nothing short of a coronation for Schiele. He's now exhibiting in Paris. He's now got the biggest exhibition in the most important place in Vienna and selling out the you know, he's got more money than he ever dreamed of. Edith also gets pregnant, so they have a child on the way. Life is going great. He's making, you know, he's now got a backload of artists, or of commissions. Egon Schiele now has a backload of commissions from some of the most wealthy people in Austria and throughout Europe. He can't paint fast enough, and his style is now evolving, where the work he's doing is fairly straightforward, less kind of adventurous and wild than it ever was. And yeah, life is great. Couldn't be better. However, the Spanish flu, which had already killed millions of people throughout Europe, makes a bit of a comeback. This new variant arrives on the scene and starts to kill younger people. Previously, the Spanish flu was only killing people who, you know, had immune systems that were compromised, or the elderly, or babies. But most people kind of in between were relatively safe. This new wave of the Spanish flu rips through Europe, and it specifically targets young people. And where is it? I don't. So Edith, who was pregnant with a child who was she was 6 months pregnant. She passes away from the Spanish flu on October 28th, 1918. And then just a few days later, 2 or 3, most people say 3, passes away on Halloween, October 31st, 1918. And just like that, one of the greatest artists of all time, the now king of Austrian art, the man who was set to inherit the throne of Gustav Klimt, is gone. And Egon Schiele leaves behind this massive amount of artwork that he created over a relatively short period, over roughly about 10 years, and leaves this kind of gaping hole in the art world of Eastern Europe. His influence, though, continues to be felt. It's funny. I was watching a documentary. The link is in the description below if you want to watch that here on YouTube. Like while I was over the past few weeks reading about Egon Schiele and thinking like, man, this guy's like, he's like the punk rocker. He's like punk, 100 years before punk. And to my surprise, this morning, this documentary on Egon Schiele, the first thing that you see as the credits open is punk rocker Iggy Pop is the first person to start talking about Egon Schiele and talking about how Egon Schiele was a punk, that his work was about as radical as it could possibly have been back then, and still to this day. There was an exhibition just a few years ago that traveled around Europe where most of the images had a big things blocking out the sensitive nude areas, and they were kind of capitalizing on that, like, this artwork by this artist is still too controversial for us to show you everything here on the subway. You gotta come to the museum to see it for yourself, because you won't believe this stuff was done over 100 years ago. If you're courageous enough to subject yourself to it. So, just before I move on, I just want to quickly talk about today's painting. I know I've been talking for like an hour and a half already, but I do want to talk about today's painting and what makes it so important and relevant. So, here's the painting we're going to be working on today. Seated Women with Bent Knees. Adele Herms is sometimes it's even called Adele Arms, which is Egon Schiele's wife's sister, who also posed for paintings along with Edith herself. These two sisters that were very close and spent kind of most of their life together. So this painting here features his sister-in-law in this pose, which today we look at it doesn't seem to me to be particularly controversial from our point of view. It just looks like, I look at this and I think this looks like someone who's at the very end of a yoga class, wearing kind of very loose-fitting kind of top, maybe like these kind of yoga pants and some old, shorts. Got like maybe some runners on. I almost expect to see a headband up here. It's just like, just resting on her yoga mat before she goes home, right? Kind of not particularly unique or special from our 21st century point of view looking back. However, this kind of portrait back then was kind of a little bit, was very unusual for the period of time. Like a portrait of a woman in such a casual pose was kind of strange. Also, the fact that she's kind of looking right at us while she's assuming this pose suggests kind of a level of agency and power that maybe a lot of women, as depicted in more conservative academic art in the past, did not have. Most of the time, women when they were depicted are probably not wearing clothes, and if they are, they're kind of reclining. Their eyes are looking off into space, and therefore they're kind of like the perfect object of the male gaze, right? Men are like, oh, this woman who's unaware of me looking at her. I'm just staring at this nude woman. Whereas she's sort of looking back at us, which is considered to be, a little bit more confrontational, right? And even though Egon Schiele did lots of portraits, shocking portraits of nude women who might be, well, let's just to keep this as family friendly as possible, even though it's with Egon Schiele it's almost impossible to do, but let's just leave it at that. So there's something about this particular pose itself which is very modern, right? It is not conventional at all. It doesn't feature some of the more wacky, hyper-contorted poses that Egon Schiele is known for. But, she is still kind of you know, as some would say, a little bit twisted up, right? She's not standing, so it's not a particularly necessarily graceful pose. And I mentioned that earlier, that virtually, you know, older academic art, there's always, especially when we're depicting women, as in, you know, goes out of its way to be as graceful as possible. Nobody ever really looks at Egon Schiele's work and, oh, that's a really graceful painting. People are like, oh, that's a little awkward. That's a little strange. That makes me feel a little uncomfortable. So there's that. This painting is definitely seen as one of the most famous paintings by Egon Schiele. I think partly because it's a beautiful artwork, but it's also an artwork that doesn't feature any nudity, anything erotic, or overtly erotic at least. So it can be widely reproduced, versus many of the other things Egon Schiele did are definitely not the kind of thing, you know, that that still makes most people blush. So it's one of those things that makes it, you know, it's if you're going to exhibit or make a poster of Egon Schiele's work, or do a class about Egon Schiele, right, this is kind of like a pretty good one to choose, right? So that's one reason why it's become so famous. I think arguably probably Egon Schiele's most famous artwork, because it's you know, it's this one anyway isn't the kind of thing that is going to raise people's hackles at all. Let's just see. You know, this painting is made in the last year of Egon Schiele's life. He certainly would not, you know, at the time he made this, he was just coming up to his, you know, he was like a shooting star, not just a rising star, but a shooting star, headed for, you know, fame and wealth and stardom. And within a year after having made this painting, he is dead from the Spanish flu, along with his pregnant wife, who died a few days before him. So it's, you know, in many ways it shows Egon Schiele kind of, he's trying to become a bit more of a family man. He married this woman, Edith, with the hope of, you know, she was a wealthy, from a very wealthy family, that he would inherit a lot of her money and he'd be set for life, and live this bourgeois life that he had always wanted to have and never had, even as a child growing up. And so his work is also starting to evolve. He's now finding himself in circles with wealthier and wealthier people, like leaders of industry and business and politicians who were hiring him to make paintings. So he's doing less and less of his more controversial work. He's still doing some nudes because they'll sell very well, but he's moving into a new phase of his work that is more easily digestible by a much wider group of people. And so this painting also is kind of marks kind of the shift in his work towards a different direction. And what else can I say? I think that's enough. I think as we work on this painting, some of those things will come up entirely. Okay. Oh, there's Stephanie there in the chat. Says, hi everyone, what a nice surprise. Kathy's there. I love the watercolors you did. Stephanie's looking for some opportunities to paint in the next few months. That's exciting. Yeah, sometimes, you know, it's for me, I haven't had an opportunity to paint, besides doing lots of teaching. I've been busy teaching in basically about a month. This will be the first painting I've done in about a month. Really, I've just been really busy, as some of you mentioned on the Facebook group, swimming and doing adventures with my daughter. This is my daughter, who turned 6 in August. just finished kindergarten, is going into grade 1 in September. And, you know, every summer before this, my daughter would just go into daycare. She was in daycare, well, not all year round. It wasn't, you know, but you know, daycare is just kind of a year-long kind of thing. So for this year, a little bit of a surprise of like, oh, school's over, and now we've got this little kid who's getting bigger every day and has a lot more energy every day. Oh, we're expected to take care of this child, or figure our own situation out. It's not the daycare or the school to figure that out. So I think probably those of you who have kids or who've had kids probably might recall what that surprise is, all of a sudden being like, oh, we gotta keep this kid entertained and busy ourselves for the first time in all of our lives. So I think as I've talked to a few other parents have noted, like it's like, do I work a little bit harder and hire somebody else, a nanny or somebody, to take care of our daughter during the day, or do I just take care of our daughter during the day and have that kind of special time with her? And so I've kind of made the decision to spend pretty much all of my free time hanging out with my daughter, which I love, and absolutely zero regrets whatsoever. It does make things a little bit tight around here. Not when I'm I'm off teaching from the university that I teach at. So not a lot of money coming in at the moment, but basically every day my daughter and I go on an adventure. We go swimming, we go to the suspension bridge, the Capilano suspension bridge. Yesterday we were at the Museum of Anthropology, and then we went to the beach, and yeah, so it's fun. Like, having a little kid for me it's like having visitors, guests in town. And it's like, okay, what are we gonna do? Let's be a tourist in our own town. Let's go do this and that. So most of the things that her and I do together definitely would not be things I would normally give myself permission to do. Like, I probably wouldn't give myself permission to go to the beach 4 or 5 times a week. But my daughter loves being in water, whether it's pools or the beach or puddles. So I'm happy to oblige. So it's unfortunate. That's meant that basically it's been very difficult for me to find time to do this. Sometimes I think, you know what, I'll fire up all the cameras in the middle of the night and do a class at 1 in the morning while my daughter's sleeping. And then I think, like, I need sleep too. If we're going on all these adventures and I'm up all night long teaching painting, then man, I'm going to be a wreck, because this kid runs around all the time. She's faster and faster, and I need to be able to keep up. So my apologies for not being around at all, and for being kind of totally missing in action. But my to be honest, my brain is basically at capacity, because once we leave the house, like, I am running after this kid all day long. It's not like I'm sitting on a park bench sending emails and looking at Facebook. It's full on. Which, again, I love. Absolutely zero complaints. So, but I probably should have mentioned that and been more transparent earlier. But that's the situation. And probably, I've got a little bit of time, because Amy and Edie are going to, I think they're going away this weekend to Harrison Hot Springs, and then they're going to Halifax in a few weeks. So there's going to be some time in the next few weeks where I'll have a little bit more time to do some of these episodes. But again, my schedule has always been a little bit kind of all over the place, but especially recently. So again, like, subscribe, hit the notification bell so you know when these unconventional or non-scheduled shows take place. Deborah says, hey, Michael, this woman looks like a dancer during a workout and is taking a break. I love it. Yeah, exactly. That's the way I felt. Like, definitely, as I said, it feels like someone who's just finished a yoga class. Like, I keep expecting to see a headband on her head, right? You know, it's, what do they call those, wristbands? And, like, it reminds me of, like, my mom used to do jazzercise class, you know, and this is like the workout look, or the dance look. Maybe even dancer is even maybe more, you're right, because dancers often wear similar kinds of clothes too. Deborah says, so true. Being grandparents, we've discovered that they grew up too fast, and now we are lonely because they are too busy with their friends. Rick and I are proud of them for growing up. Yeah. Yeah, it goes fast. Like, man, even, like, I carry my daughter around on my shoulders all the time, and, like, literally every day, I'm like, oh my, you, like, I don't, where did all, like, you have definitely gained a pound or two overnight. Like, you know, I was just thinking yesterday, like, I don't know, if we keep going on this trajectory, like, I was like, maybe by the end of the week, I'm not going to be able to carry this kid anymore. And we're going to have to figure something else out. Because, yeah. Okay. So, let's, what am I doing here? It's been talking too long. Okay, let me just have some tea. Okay, I hope now that I've gone on for so long talking about Egon Schiele that if I do another episode, I'll be like, just watch that one. I've talked ad nauseum about his life and biography. I don't think there's anything else I can say. So let's move on to our next step, which some people would call the underpainting. And let's just take a look and see if we actually need to do any underpainting at all. So underpainting has lots of different definitions. I've used this word in multiple different ways throughout the years. Sometimes people consider, like, we'll take the Imprimatura, the underdrawing, and underpainting, and collapse that all into one stage of the painting. Meaning you might start literally painting directly onto the canvas with a paintbrush and paint without doing a drawing at all, and then you start kind of blocking in different shapes, or you might start by blocking in shapes and then kind of drawing, you know, pulling the figure or landscape or whatever out of those shapes. If we're looking at this image here, just trying to think, would we do any underpainting? The only kind of underpainting I conceive doing is maybe painting in, like, areas around the eyes and nose, fingers, things that I could get a little worried might get lost under some colors. So maybe it's just worth just checking on the face here, and trying to see, like, in terms of the way the face is painted. Like, I was just wondering how much of the face is actually painted and how much of it is just the color of the paper coming through. Because we could, I think I'm just trying to decide, do I want to paint any of these lines now or just start going for it? Well, you know what? I think I'm just going to go for it. I would say, though, that it's quite possible that, you know, if you painted this kind of cream color on top of your image transfer and you're noticing that your lines are barely visible, then you may want to take a little bit of paint Or even just take your pencil and just sort of gently redraw some of those lines so they're a little bit more easier for you to see. If you're worried about painting and then like, oh my goodness, I'm not going to be able to see where those eyes go, you may want to do that. I think, though, I'm just going to launch right into this, because I've been talking for way too long. So let's go to another step then. So let's start painting this painting like 2.5 hours after we began. So what colors do we want to use? Where do we want to start this painting? Well, I think one of the things that we want to keep in mind when we do this is that this painting is originally gouache and watercolor on paper. And also, to give you a sense of scale, it's about the size of like an 8.5 by 11 piece of paper, 18 by 12 inch. So it's kind of like one of those tabloid size papers, like when you see them posted up on like a lamp post. So now, gouache as an art material is different than watercolor, acrylic, or oil, or tempera paint, or anything else, in that gouache is typically valued for its opacity. That it's kind of like watercolor, but people like using it because it can be used. You can paint things that look very opaque, and therefore gouache was very popular with illustrators. Like if you watch a TV show like Mad Men and you see the posters and things that the artists create for their ad campaigns. Well, I don't know how they did it for the TV show, but those images would traditionally have been done with gouache because they reproduce really, really well. You can do nice kind of flat, you can paint a logo and it looks really beautiful. It's very interesting, though, that Egon Schiele used gouache for this artwork because a lot of this artwork is actually very transparent, something that is kind of like the opposite of gouache. So in a way, he's using this material in a way that is least optimal, right? We've got these very transparent areas under, on the green, this emerald green, and on these like leotards here. Even on the skin too, it's kind of hard to discern how opaque those colors actually are. So my understanding, this is not just gouache but also watercolor. So that's I think he's actually using mostly watercolor here, probably mixing a little bit of gouache just to give the watercolor a bit more opacity, but he's not going full. Like that hair, for instance, that's probably where most of the gouache actually is. Anyway, just thinking out loud of materials that he's using and how we can get some of those effects. So I mentioned at the top that we would be using two different materials. We use the matte medium to get this semi-transparent cream color, but I'm also going to be using glazing fluid, or this satin glazing liquid. Satin is another word, synonym for matte or not glossy. So I'm going to use this to make my paints more transparent. The benefit of glazing fluid over matte medium is, if again you remember, matte medium is just acrylic paint without any color. It's just transparent. It's what's in all of these paints before they could put the powdered colored pigment in, right? And the one thing I mentioned is that often it feels like it speeds up the drying time when we add this to the paint, right? Probably because there's less pigment in there, which might slow the drying time down. It's just basically, matte medium is chemically very similar to white glue, although it's intended to be pH neutral so that it doesn't you know, have any acidic or base compounds that ruin the painting over the years. So it's supposed to be archivally not neutral, archivally non-active. There's a word, non-active, I don't know what it is, but versus the glazing fluid is has a chemical that slows the drying time down. So it makes it great for doing things like this, where we might want to take a little bit more time. We don't want the paint to be dry on us before we're ready. If we want to erase things, we can add this in there, paint with it, and we're like, I don't like that, and just wipe it away right before it kind of fully leaches or leaches into the painting or dries and adheres to the surface. So I'm trying to kill as much time here before I have to really think about how I'm going to mix these colors. Where should we start? I think maybe we should start with maybe a little bit of this skin color. So this is going to be interesting, how we tackle this. Okay. A little bit more white. So, basically what I want to create here is kind of like a slightly off-white, and we already got this kind of slightly off-white, so we kind of want a different off-white. We want to maybe go in a different direction than this kind of slightly more reddish quality that I've got here. In fact, now that I look at it, that color I'm using in the background might have been more appropriate for her skin, and maybe I should have gone with a bit more of a slightly more purpley color in the background, but you know, I think I'm also going to go for. We're gonna have to do a few different layers here, because as I'm looking at this, it's not just one color. You can see there's like some places where there's a bit of pinkish reds, some fairly darker browns, and these yellow, orangey colors. Okay. So let's take. Okay. I'm gonna take just a little bit of yellow and some white here. Maybe let's take a bit more white. Okay. And then now I'm going to put, this is dried here, some glazing fluid. I'm going to put a good generous helping of it. And then, because I would say I probably want upwards of like 60% glazing fluid to 40% paint. Maybe even more glazing fluid, pretty high ratio. So I just want to kind of just slightly color this area. So let's just test here. That's pretty transparent. That's almost not visible. So let's take a bit more paint on here. Okay, that's good. I mean, it's again super super subtle, to the point where I don't know if most people are going to notice what on earth I'm doing here. Now, as much as it just sort of seems like barely anything's changing, I do notice as I'm painting over things, let's say the fingers, and let's say here in the face, that it is blocking out the pencil lines ever so slightly. So, you know, my lines are all, already fairly subtle. If they were a little bit, if they were more subtle than this, I'd be kind of starting to get a little bit worried that I wouldn't be able to see my lines here. Now, I'm not too concerned about that, just because I've got lots of experience, and I can, if I, let's say, were to lose a bunch of detail, I feel like I could probably, you know, fill in the blanks. But not necessarily everybody feels that way, so just keep that in mind. That if you really are a novice and you're working on this, painting some of those lines, maybe I should have done that to start. I don't know. Okay. Do you just want to just see that I've got everything painted? Because you got like around her legs. Let's see, let's bring this. I'm not sure you're gonna be able to see any of this, but like around her legs here, there's a little bit of skin showing. Obviously her arms and hands and face. I'm just trying to make sure I got all of that. Okay. I'm going to blow dry that. So one thing, whenever we use glazing fluid, after you've painted, you got to let it dry. If we start going in here and painting on top of this semi-wet glazing fluid, it's going to peel off, and not only will it peel off that paint, it might peel off this cream color and go all the way down to the yellow and maybe all the way down to the white of the canvas, and then we start seeing all these like spots appear. So I cannot encourage you enough to blow dry it or let it dry and move on to something else. Okay, so I'm going to take my glazing fluid again. Get a little bit of paint. Then I'm just going to take a bit of my yellow. It looks like it. I'm going to take a bit of okay. Now, I'm not going to try to recreate this painting exactly how it is, because it's just, you know, there's so many little details. I just want to kind of get the same, these little patchy areas where there's a little bit more of one color than the other. So I gotta work quickly because I got this glazing fluid on my brush and on the canvas. Oh, I see it's starting to kind of dry, so... Okay, I think I gotta stop here, blow dry this, and then do that separately because it's gonna start peeling off. I imagine that's... I don't think you can see any of it, what I'm doing on camera. Oh, there's Pascal in the chat. Hi, Pascal. Okay, I'm gonna go for a bit more of slightly... Oops, that's too much red. I should have blow dried that a bit more. I got a little bit impatient. You let me know. Can you see any of that on camera? I don't know if... Super subtle. So I'm kind of dabbing it on and then even kind of just using my finger just to kind of smudge it out a little bit. And if you've gone a little bit too far, again, one of the great things with glazing fluid is because it takes a little bit longer to dry, if I do something I'm less happy with, I can just take a little bit of water and kind of undo. I'm not going to completely undo that because I kind of want a little bit of that red there, but I didn't want that much. So I just remove a bit. Okay, now I'm going to take a little bit of blue. Okay, take this blue, mix this in here. I want to get a bit of a brownish quality. You know what, I should blow dry this. Otherwise I'm going to make a mess of this thing. So just, I have to tell myself to be patient. So this is the kind of thing that, you know, people at the time just thought was so weird with Gustav Klimt. Like, here you've got this beautiful young woman, and then you're like going around putting all of these sort of like almost like blemishes all over her body, like these, they look like bruises, and it's sort of like, what? Why would you do that? Like, very, like, just, you know. So of course that's what, you know, the older generation, when they saw this kind of work. Other people, however, look at this and think like it feels very natural, like kind of uncompromising, that he's keeping it real, you know, he's telling it like it is, he's not sugarcoating life, you know. We're seeing, you know, this beautiful woman, you know, she's just come back from a workout or something, right? She's not, doesn't have all her makeup on and her finest clothing. She's, she's as, you know, as we might see her in a much more casual or even like private sort of situation. And, you know, again, if just think about the period of time in which this is sort of being created, where, you know, women don't have the same freedoms that men had, or, you know, and most of the time, like, you know, when a woman's leaving the house, she's getting all dressed up, and so you'd only really ever see a woman like in her finest clothing. You wouldn't really see her in this, in kind of these torn gym shorts and tank top. So in that respect, this becomes kind of quite avant-garde, right? And also you could see why, like, you know, some women, you know, that were in and around Egon Schiele and you know, actually appreciated this, because it's like he's painting women as they are, like an unfiltered, raw. He's treating them as worthy of being depicted as a subject of art, but without all of the artifice around it. And it's like, he's saying that, like, a woman, you know, who's just come home from a workout or from dance class is just as beautiful as a woman, maybe even more so as a woman who's just ready to go to the opera. Right? It's got this more behind the scenes, more contemporary. I mean, I was going to say, even today, women wouldn't want this to be a photograph of themselves. They'd want something that looks a little bit more, you know, carefully, you know, like an opportunity to kind of dress up in their nicest outfit. But then I was just thinking about how many people film themselves working out now. Like on TikTok, you know, you can't go to the gym now without seeing somebody with a camera propped up on a little tripod while they're lifting weights, or, you know. So it's like, you know, it's hard to argue that's, you know, Egon Schiele isn't partially responsible for people feeling like that showcasing themselves in the middle of, like, working out where they're turning red and sweat's dripping down and their hair's all matted up or in a bun, that's the image that some people want to present of themselves to the world, right? I find it very interesting. Lisa says, I see it as shadows. Interesting. Oh, you mean all these, like, kind of like what I was saying, maybe like blemishes? Yeah, I agree, for sure. For sure. But just think about how different this is than the Mona Lisa, for instance, right? Like those kind of blotchy, kind of maybe they are shadows, is definitely runs counter to one type of beauty that was presented to the world for hundreds of years. Now, it's hard to know how much more of that I do want to do. I think I'm going to move on to her clothing next. So let's do just that. So I think I've started the painting by painting the skin and some of these various different kind of colors, unconventional approach to painting the figure, especially more feminine figures. So let's now let's paint some of the clothing and maybe even do the hair, and then we're going to come back and we're going to do some of the darker outlines around everything. So also, again, if you're finding like because it's almost can be hard for people to do this. Some people prefer to do the outlines first and then paint inside those lines, and then maybe to go back and do the outlining again if they're they've become a bit messy. So, whichever way you've got to get the painting done is totally acceptable. Okay, let's. Yeah, I was thinking about doing the hair for a second, but let's do this shirt, the tank top. Now this is going to be a little bit tricky because that bright emerald green is a little bit hard to recreate. So that's definitely a cool green. That's definitely, well, let's take some of our cool blue, cool yellow. Just how much of this? I think it's like mostly blue. Ah. Come on. I think that's close to it. I'm going to add a little bit of white in here. Let's put these side by side seams. Come on. Oh, that's weird. That looks very different than it does here in person. Oh, that's very strange. It looks, I mean, that's definitely the white behaving like that. I'm going to keep it like this, though, because what I want to do, and again, that's with a very small amount of white. I'm going to paint this in, and then I'm probably going to remix this color without the white in there. Okay. So there's not a lot of paint on my brush as I'm painting this. It's pretty thin, pretty transparent, and the paint itself I made to be pretty thin and transparent. So, and the more transparent the paint is, the more we start to see kind of brush strokes like this. Brush. So the reason why this color is looking much brighter and more intense, first of all, it's because I'm using the paint further up the brush here. So this is before maybe more of the white got mixed in there, so it's more concentrated. And so there's also a little bit more yellow on here. Maybe, so now I'm going to remix this, take more of my cool blue, a little bit of cool yellow. Okay, and I'm just going to, actually I'm just going to blow dry this too. Okay, so the first layer I did there, I added white into the color, just to give it a bit more opacity, and to kind of establish kind of a base layer here. Now, I've got all these paintbrushes in my hand, let's put that down. So now I've remixed that color, but instead of putting white in there, I'm just adding some glazing fluid in there to make it more transparent. So it's not going to be quite so dark. This is definitely another one of those paintings where the color that I'm painting with right now, I think is pretty close to what I see on screen. And then I look at them side by side, I'm like, whoa, that looks way off. Huh. But, like, I keep thinking, I gotta put a lot more yellow in here to brighten it up. But then I look at mine and I'm like, that's actually pretty much, that's right. But maybe I will kind of go a little bit more dramatically yellow. So more into the greens here. I think this is going to make it look better on camera, but a little less accurate in person. Yeah, okay, so this is really making, in person, a lot more greenish looking. Okay. And then now I'm just going to take this same color, mostly cool blue though. Maybe a bit of yellow. And use this to do a little bit of maybe outlining. Okay, there might be more outlining I want to do later on, but I think for right now, that's pretty good. Because there's this little purple outline that's going to go around the body later. I also think that that purple, when that comes in there, is actually going to make this glow a little bit more. Okay, speaking of purple, let's draw or paint these dark purple leggings. So that color, is like it's kind of a bit of a muted purple. So I'm just trying to think, because what I want to do is create a distinction between those two different purples, like the solid, quote, solid purple of her leggings, and then the bright, saturated purple of the outlines. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to use my warm red and warm red and warm blue. I don't know if this will work as well as I want. To get, okay, there we go. Oops. Get this really dark purple. See, it's almost kind of like a brownish purple. Then I'm going to add some glazing fluid too. Let's see. You know, I'm going to start with her leg down at the bottom. Experiment here as opposed to the one closest to her face. So if I don't get it right, then it won't be such a big deal. Okay, I think that's pretty good. Now I'm going to get darker, but I think that's a good first layer. Let's go to the area around her face, or close to her face, adjacent to her face here. And let's do this as so blow dry this. Okay, and then now let's do another coat. I really wanted that to be nice and dry so that when I paint another layer, I'm not going to be removing paint. And actually, I'm just going to take a little bit of my paint that was right out of the palette here. The color, it's going to be much darker. I'm just going to use that to do a little bit of this outline here. I should blow dry all that before I start noodling into it too much. Okay, where's my hair dryer? There we go. Oops. So my studio here is really hot. I do have an air conditioner, but I can't really use it when I'm doing these episodes because it's just really loud. So I imagine this is the situation probably many of you might have, especially those of you down in Florida or Texas. Well, I mean, obviously, if you can put you can put the air con. You're not worried about sound necessarily when you're painting at home, so it's not such a big deal. But I guess what I'm trying to say is that sound, or not sound, when you're painting in a really hot environment, the paint's going to dry fast. That's what I'm going for. So that does mean that sometimes that makes for there's a bit more urgency when you're painting, that you can put a brush stroke down, and if you intend to kind of blend it out, or like, I mean, you were talking like 3 or 4 seconds, and it starts to kind of dry and solidify, and you can't kind of, so it starts to create edges maybe where you don't want them. So that can make things, you know, kind of tricky when you're painting. That's why a lot of artists like working in cooler environments. Just painting outside on a really sunny day, while that seems like, oh, what a great way to spend an afternoon, can cause like havoc on a painting because it's just, it can be drying faster than you want it to. Those of you who have been with me long enough, you may recall years ago, I think probably the first summer I was doing these painting classes, having a lot of trouble in my old studio with the with like blending, particularly because things would just be dry. The second I thought like, oh, I got 5 minutes here. No, I got 10 seconds. It's drying that fast. Okay. I can continue, but you know, I also feel like there's a little bit of brown in here. Orangey color, so I might put those in. I might blow dry this, add selective amount of brown, and then come back to this color here. So let's blow dry this. Take my warm yellow, warm red, bit of warm blue. And then I'm just going to wipe the excess paint off my brush because I want this to be pretty subtle. Just mix into the glazing fluid. See, there's plenty of paint already on there. That might be enough. Maybe I don't even need to add any of that on. I don't want to put it everywhere because then it's going to defeat the point of and the specialness of that color. But this is also, you know, it's one of those things where you're like, what color is that? How do I mix that color? Truth is, trying to mix, you know, that color as if it's only one color is almost impossible. It's probably made up of lots of different colors. That's so nice. Now it makes that purple seem so rich. It's like, what color is underneath there? And now I am taking a bit more of that much darker brown. Much more, not darker, just more higher ratio of brown. Cool. Okay. You know, it's special. You don't want to. It's like truffle oil, or not. You know, like you don't want to put it everywhere. Otherwise, it can be overpowering. You just got to do just a little bit for people to be like, "Oh, wow, what's going on in that purple? Oh, what a beautiful purple! How did you mix that purple?" And again, well, it's not just purple. There's a separate layers going on here. That's really important. Okay, you know, as I do that, you might start now seeing, even though I haven't done anything, those areas of where I was doing those little touches to the skin now seem to kind of pop out a little bit more. They're a little more readily visible. What should we do next? How about these shorts? So I think what I want to do is put like a really transparent purpley color here. And I'm going to use a different purple too. I want a little bit more of an electric purple, so I'm going to use my cool red and warm blue. Oh, that's really nice. I like the one that I've got. So let's take our, oops. Let's take our cool blue, or sorry, warm blue and cool red. I don't know if it's easier, if you can notice the difference between these two purples. This purple I used mixing my warm red and warm blue, right? You get this kind of very dark purple, or dark brownish purple, right? Versus this purple I'm just mixing with my cool red, which is closer to my warm blue, right? And I get this a little bit more of a bright, poppy, beautiful purple. That's going to make for really nice lines here in a moment. I'm going to take a bit of it. I think I'm going to go right here. There's maybe a little bit of yellow in here. Not too bad. Some of this white. Glazing fluid. Basically, I just want glazing fluid and white. Or almost no white, but just a tiny bit, because that's going to also kind of lightens this purple up a bit. That might even still be too much. Notice how, rather than putting my glazing fluid right into the middle and trying to lighten that up, I'm kind of moving away. Mix that color. Instead of trying to lighten up the whole batch, I'm just kind of remixing this to the side. And that does a few things. First of all, it's just easier. I don't need as much glazing fluid to lighten that whole, or make this area more transparent. I can do it over here just with the paint on my brush. But it also means that I've got other colors that I can use. I've got this one I'm mixing now, but I still have this one if I want to go back to it for any reason. So that I'm kind of creating little swatches for myself. Okay, let's see how well this does. So again, everything's drying really fast in this environment. I gotta work quickly, otherwise I'm gonna burn in, like some of these brush strokes will kind of just get set in there if I don't kind of move them around. Oops. Okay, so that's part of her thigh. I forgot about that. Okay, let's get in here. Use the benefit of my glazing fluid. I can get in there, brush that out before it sets. Put a little bit more poking out under here. Oops. Okay, maybe should we blow dry that too? Okay, now let's just take a look at... I think I'm going to do the outlining of purple now. And then that's basically just going to leave the face and hair and hands. Right, I might go back into the shirt and darken that a little bit. I think it needs a little bit more on that back side, but... Okay, so let's go back in here. Let's... Okay, one thing I'm gonna add a little bit of glazing fluid in here. It's gonna make this color, this more electric purple, just a little bit more transparent. Because this color, when it goes on, might just appear really dark, and it might not be clear kind of how beautiful and bright it is. So I'm just putting a bit of that. It's also going to make maybe just a little bit easier to paint with, too. You know, it occurs to me as I'm working on this, thinking, both Adele and Edith Herms, right? Edith being Egon Schiele's wife, and Adele being his sister-in-law. You know, they come from a wealthy bourgeois family, which is one of the reasons why Egon Schiele married her and married into this family. And yet it's funny to me that it just occurs to me that he would dress Adele up in this kind of tattered clothes. All right, the clothes again that we talked about being like workout clothes or yoga clothes or dancers warm-up clothes, however you want to think about them, but you know, definitely not the kind of clothing that those two women would have been accustomed to wearing. You know, I mean, maybe they would wear this kind of stuff around the house, you know, like you're cleaning the bathroom floor or something and you're getting down into the nitty-gritty. Right, your elbows are getting right into the thick of it. But, you know, if we're kind of being transparent, you know, these are kind of the clothes of, you know, we might expect a woman in a brothel might be wearing, right? Kind of, like, you know, I've never been to a brothel. I don't know what they wear. I guess maybe some brothels are all dolled up in their fanciest clothes, but I don't know. I guess I'm just thinking to myself, I wonder how they felt wearing these clothes like this. They're probably like, Egon, like, why do you want me to wear these, like, torn pants? Like, oh, it looks so trashy. And he's like, oh, no, trust me. This looks great, yeah. I'm like, Egon, you're a weird dude. Like, you know, I got, you know, this beautiful dress in the that I've only worn once to the opera. Surely I should put that on. Wouldn't that be so much nicer than this tattered old outfit? No, no, put this trashy thing on. Sure, they're probably like, Egon, you are a weird dude. So I see a number of places where this outline is both purple and brown. Right, I think he's going back over some of these lines a couple times. Okay. Let's zoom back out. Okay, I'm just going to go back over some of these lines again. In fact, I'm going to use a lot more warm blue here. Purple, it must have smudged from the bottom of my hand there. It's okay. Just clean that off. Okay, let's blow dry that. Noticing that that's better. I keep looking at her bicep and tricep here. How he's really... That bicep is so exaggerated. I think, well, let's move on. Maybe that thing will go away as the more and more I paint in here. So, what should we do now? You know, let's paint the hair next. I think I am gonna, let's make another chapter here. Okay, moving right along, I think what I want to do now is let's tackle the hair, and that's going to start leading into the facial features and hands. Okay, so mostly this is going to be kind of oranges and browns, I think. Let's take a look at the original. Let's do this over here. So I'm going to use my warm yellow. Maybe I'm going to start with a bit of a lighter brown. So just a little bit of red in here. And where's my warm blue? So I might just start with this. In fact, what if I just take... filled it in. Now I did lose most of my lines under there. That's, I mean, I'm not too worried about that, but okay, let's take now more warm red, put that in here. And maybe while I'm here, let's just brush a bit of this. And then I need more warm blue. Okay. Okay, maybe this might be a little bit dark, so I'm just going to take that same brown and get a little bit more yellow on here. Get a bit more of a blonde kind of color going on. So I'm painting quickly because the paint is drying so quickly, so I'm trying to get a little bit of mixing and blending to happen on the painting while it's so wet. Well, it's still a little bit wet. Let's add I'm going to add more blue into this brown. That's going to make it a bit darker. Is that going to be too... No, let's see. Let's paint with a little bit of it. I was going to add... Well, I will add a bit more red in here momentarily, but... Let's get a bit more red into this brown. So basically just want to have lots of different kinds of browns on the go here. I'm going to just maybe try to wipe a bit away. That's not working very well, is it? Actually, maybe it is kind of working kind of well. Scrape a bit with my fingernail. So I'm just using the back side of the paintbrush. I don't know, let's leave it like that. I'm like, I don't know if that was a good idea or not. So now... So, let's start painting some of these facial features. I'm just going to use a bit of my glazing fluid onto my browns that I've got going here. And I'm going to be kind of using a bunch of different browns as we do outlining, but let's do her jawline. I know those lines are going to go more purple here, but just putting down that brown, I can go over top of it with purple and it'll look really kind of nice there. I don't know if those are eyelashes. They're just kind of just big dark blob next to her, on her bottom eyelid. I'm just adding a bit more of that. Just adding it there, so there's maybe I want to keep it, maybe not. Okay, don't like that mouth. Let's erase that. Let's try that again. So this line of the eyes, that should also be the line between these lips. Right, much better. So that those are aligned. Before the previous one, they were painted so that they were diverging away from one another. We want them to be parallel. Okay, let's go on to the hands. Raghav says, "Hey, good morning from India. Hello, my friend. What's the future like?" Here it's 8 in the evening in Canada. In the past, oh, my eyes are getting a little bit crossed. Ah! It's not even on camera. All of that work I'm doing there. And so just also be careful, you know, when you're making a painting like this, it's got lots of open space. You got to be careful that you don't make your hands doesn't start making stamping stamps all over canvas, because it gets pretty hard to clean that up later on, right? So I like all of this kind of this outlining. I feel it's like really satisfying because it just is really complicating the painting. You know, these colors all layering, the purples and browns and greens and blues, they all play really nicely together. I'm not going around every single line. I'm just kind of, you know, maybe a third of the lines. I don't even know, like, this brown is really not necessarily in the green here, but I kind of... Almost maybe I have to be careful about overdoing this, because I'm kind of falling in love with it, and I just want to be careful I don't overdo this. Okay, let's just maybe zoom back out for a couple seconds here. There's Kathy in the chat, says, I'm late getting back here. Looks great. Can't wait to start my own version this weekend. Awesome. I always loved seeing what you create, Kathy. It's so cool. Okay. I think I'm going to blow dry that. You know, it's funny, I was just thinking right now, like how when I was in art school, there was a bunch of us, we're just huge Egon Schiele fans. Like, there's something about his work that really captures this revolutionary spirit. Like, as even Iggy Pop, I mentioned earlier, talks about Egon Schiele as being like a punk rock performer. He talked about these paintings as being performances. There's something very attractive to a young artist, maybe particularly a young male artist, about the art of Egon Schiele. And that was, you know, an attraction I remember. I don't think any of us knew one word about his biography. You know, when you're 18, 19, 20 years old, you're not doing a lot of reading in art school, even though they're trying to make you do it, but you're not really doing a lot of research on biographies. It's not as, you know, now you can just Wikipedia somebody's life story. Back in the day, you'd have to actually take a book out from the library and sit down and read it, and that's too much for a kid to do. It was more just the art itself just seemed like really wild and fun, and just like so strange. And when you're like a young artist, I think art like this is really attractive because it's so distinctive. And I think as young artists, like, how do I make a distinct style? How can I make my art be the kind of art that, like, you could see from across the room? You're like, oh, that's an Egon Schiele right there, no doubt about it. Let's see, put this in the same area here. Just gonna mix up another brown. Making a darker brown now. Did I blow dry that? Let's give it a quick. That line on the nose might be a bit too dark. Didn't even notice all those greens down there too. Okay, gotta get that. Now, you can see the original line for the leg appears there. Even the line for the other hand appears there. I might just omit those details. I think in his painting, you know, it makes it look like that's where he's searching to find it. He's sketching it out, not exactly sure where things go, and therefore those lines kind of overlap one another. You know, it's possible I'll add them here, but it might, if I'm not careful, it could look like just a little mistake. That's why I omitted them in my outline. It's always a good idea to clean your brush after every maybe 10 minutes of painting, so that it's not, so that the paint doesn't dry on the, I mean, you're painting with it, you'd figure like, oh, it's not going to dry out, it's got wet paint on it, but slowly the paint is going to start drying inside, and then you've got this, it's not as flexible as you'd like it to be. Well, I was hoping to get to Home Depot tonight before they close, but who is surprised that I've gone longer than I intended to? Not me. We're getting close. We're almost at the end here. Just a few little finishing touches, little bits of color here and there. kind of like her lips, her eyes, maybe a little bit of coloring on her hands. Do I want to add any more colors onto her skin, like her arm particularly? Blush? I don't know. So that's what our finishing touches are for, is to figure that out. So let's go back to the painting itself. Let's put a little bit of this purple in the eyes here. Do I have any purple left? Okay, I guess we've got to make a bit more purple. So we'll take our cool red, warm blue, mix that together. We'll get a nice deep purple. Get this purple glazing fluid here. Okay, I want to get a bit of the lips in here. So we're going to take some of our warm red and glazing fluid. I want to start out kind of on the more subtle side of things. Like, I don't want to just put a big blob of bright warm red there. Just going to change things pretty quick. I can also use this to get a bit more kind of blush on her cheeks here. Let's get a soft brush. So I'll just kind of show kind of what I'm doing here is taking this color, painting with it, and then using a soft dry brush. Just going kind of blending it out a little bit. Put a little bit, so again, there's glazing fluid in here, which makes it more transparent. I can put it down, and because the glazing fluid slows the drying time down, I've got some time to blend it out. Although I note I'm like going, whoa, this is drying very fast. Like, usually you got maybe 30 seconds to a minute to do this. I've got maybe like 5 seconds before it's like pretty much baked in. So that's just because of the temperature of my studio right now. This is working nicely. I like this. Now, there is those greens in here on that hand. Let's get a bit of this cool blue, cool yellow. Everything's kind of dried up a bit. So I'm just going to wipe that paint off. In fact, you know what? I should blow dry this because I don't want to wipe away the paint that I just put down there. elsewhere. Sorry, I just had to sneeze. Oof. Okay. Getting close. I'm going to take my warm blue right out of the tube. I'm going to put that right in the eyes here. It's going to make them pretty kind of bright and kind of glow a little bit because that ultramarine blue kind of glows. Anywhere else I want to put that? I see where I can put a bit more of that. Okay, I'm going to go back to the warm red I had here for the lips. I'm just going to add a bit more warm red in here. I'm going to paint the top lip darker. Okay, then one of my favorite things of all is to take pure white actually, you know what, I'm going to blow dry this. Okay, so I take just some pure white right out of the tube. Get a nice fine point of my brush. Put a little highlight on these eyes. Okay, let's blow dry that one more time. And then I think what I want to do now is put that signature there. Now that would have been the place, had I just traced it out, it would have been about there. I feel like that's a little, oops. Let's go back. So if I line this back up, that's kind of approximately where the signature would have gone. I didn't trace it there because while it's kind of nicely centered on the paper, you know, you'd have this big gap here. So I kind of want this to be maybe a little bit more evenly spaced on the canvas. So let's just see. Okay, so when we do this, we've got to be very careful not to put too much pressure on the carbon paper, otherwise that's going to make an impression on the image. Okay, perfect. Very, very subtle, which is good because especially when I'm doing line work like this, I kind of want it to be very lightly done so that I can have a little bit of room to play with. Now, do I want to use a Posca pen? That would be the fastest, but and he did, this is probably done with a pencil here, but I'm just going to use my dark brown. In fact, now you don't have to do this signature. This is definitely probably more difficult than most novice painters can do. This level of brush control is pretty takes time to develop, right? So if you're trying to do, even like a pretty advanced painter can struggle to do fine detail like this. So, you know, if you're struggling with it, just, you know, if I was like, it's not turning out, this would be, I could wipe all of this away. If I just gently take a slightly damp cloth, I could wipe it all away. Problem gone. But you got to make that decision as to whether you want to bail, pull the ejection seat pretty soon. You don't want to wait, you know, to do the whole thing. You're not going to be able to undo it if you get to that stage. It's funny, I think of like these number ones here with the long, I don't know what that would be called, a serif or something at the front. I remember I had a teacher in junior high school who was from France that used to write things like that, and they would write it on the board. Because I went to French school, and so often they would bring teachers in from France, and they would write like that, and that's not very common in North America. It's just a little memory of a classroom full of kids. Is that a 7 or a 1? What? What are you talking about? Of course it's a 1. What's you silly morons? Of course, that whole conversation would take place in French. So, you know, I accidentally, when I guess the first brush stroke was much darker than the rest, because that was like the fresh, the paint on the brush. And it made everything, I made that one kind of stand out. So I'm just going back in here and just trying to make it look like that was intentional, you know? It's not my best work on line work there, but I think it might have to do. I do just want to do a quick little comparison here. I don't know if I'll be able to. By doing that, I can really see how I've rounded out her jaw like that. Right, like here it looks like she's got a mouthful. In the original, it looks like she's just kind of clenching her teeth a bit. Okay. Oh, we've reached that part of the episode where we're going to compare these two paintings side by side and see just how far mine falls from the original master's artwork here. Just quickly before we do so, just encourage you to like, subscribe, hit the notification bell so you know when future episodes are going to take place. You can make a donation via PayPal if you like by using that web address or scanning the QR code that you see on your screen right now, and it'll take you to a place just like this where you can safely, securely donate to the channels to help keep the lights on, help me pay for the internet and all that kind of stuff. And thank you to all those of you who've been continuous supporters over the years. I would not be doing this if there wasn't even just a few of you occasionally buying a cup of coffee here and there. It makes a big difference. Other ways you could donate is you could send a check in the mail or an e-transfer. My email is not in the description below, but you can go to my website or the Facebook group down below, and that information is there. I don't put it here because I just get constantly spammed by so many things as it is that just slows down those people a little bit longer. They have to do a little bit more work to find it, as do you if you want to donate. And again, speaking of the Facebook group, I encourage you to join the Facebook group, upload your artwork to the Facebook group so that in the next couple of weeks we're going to do another feedback session and celebrate your achievement. Okay, so speaking of achievements, well, how do we feel about this here? With the original, I'm just going to go back up just a little bit so we see the whole thing on camera. Nope. Come on. What's going on here? I take the... Okay. So, let's take a look at these two paintings side by side, compare, and just see how we feel. Like, now that it's done, I'm pretty happy with it. I mean, obviously I see some big differences there. I'm not going to go and do any fixing or changes. I'm kind of burnt out for the day, but you know, I do notice, let's say, some of those, I don't know, I called them blemishes earlier on, those stylistic blotches of paint there. I was a little bit too shy to put them in there, fearing that they might look a little bit funny. I don't mind that I don't put them there. The colors I have here are pretty subtle, and so I think that for me that feels good enough. I don't feel like I need to go any further. Same sort of thing, I feel like I could have darkened, well, maybe not that leg. Almost that leg I could have lightened a little bit. Here, this leg could be a bit darker too. I could add more green into the shirt, maybe. And then the hair feels actually, feels like it could be even wilder than what I've done here. The signature, I kind of almost feel like, I don't know, you tell me. It is pretty big. I was contemplating using the lighter brown, but I just got impatient. I'm like, let's just finish this. Now in retrospect, I feel like maybe that should have been a little bit, not quite as intense. Obviously, it's much larger than the original, because the original is much larger, and there's no way I'd be able to paint that in the same size that it originally was. Okay, so let's do a little dive in on here and just do a closer examination of things. Let's maybe start with this leg. Okay, so, you know, I would say this, like, you know, speaking of like yoga and exercise equipment or dancing equipment, you know, I feel like this, what I've done, looks just like a pair of Lululemon. It looks very smooth and soft, whereas the original by Schiele is like, you know, there's a lot more variation going. It doesn't look as smooth. It looks maybe like they're a little bit more worn, where mine feel like that's like right off the shelf. So his feel like they've had a little bit more life to them. Same thing with these tears. Like the tears on his feel a little bit more authentic. They feel like rips. Whereas this feels more like, you know, when jeans come pre-ripped from the Gap or something, right? Not quite as that raw, hairy, you know, like the loose threads all over the place. Again, let's look here. So again, just comparing those signatures side by side, you can see how much larger mine is there. I don't, you know, it's that bottom line, not so happy with. That's okay. I'm just gonna move on. Let's not dwell. So here with the hands, and then this foot. You know, it is quite bold that he just left those feet just unfinished. They're just barely hinted at. I kind of like, that's one of the things I really like about this painting, though. The hands, you know, I keep thinking Gustav Klimt. Egon Schiele, the way he drew hands is very iconic. We don't quite see it, though, in this painting or this drawing. So, that's more kind of like how I would draw hands. Nothing particularly special going on there. Maybe let's just look at torso now. So, yeah, I do feel like I could have done a little more work there. Just debating whether I do want to do any more right now. Do I? that feels a little bit better. It looked a little bit kind of blank there. I'm going to leave that like that. That big bold blue brush stroke, not really there, but I kind of like it, so going to keep it. Okay. Again, you can see all the little splotches on the arms in his. I'm just going to keep it like this. You know, I would say, you know, those little things, those are kind of evidence of life lived. You know, we all bump into, you know, a chair or, you know, a doorway occasionally, and we get, you know, all of us have little bruises everywhere. So by not putting them there, it's not like I'm trying to deny, you know, trying to make mine look more idealized than the original. I just feel like he can kind of get away with that a little bit more than I can. Being the master, I feel like I'm a little reticent to kind of go in there and fiddle with that. So that leaves us with the face. As I said, when I looked at them from the side, it does sort of, you know, her jaw looks a little bit rounder, which makes her look a little bit younger, perhaps. It also makes it look like maybe she's chewing on something. She's got a mouthful, whereas the original, she looks, you know, when we look at it from the side, in fact, let's just do that again real quick. Right, it makes it look like, I feel like in the original, like she's kind of clenching her jaw, like, you better hurry up, Egon. I'm getting pretty hungry. Whereas in mine, she looks like, oh, do you mind if I have another bite of this sandwich while you're mixing paint? Nom, 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 nom. I actually like how the hair turned out here. You know, in the original, I love kind of how thick that hair is and how brushy, and whereas mine also, you know, I went in here and as it was drying, I used the back of my paintbrush to scrape in, and so it's got a bit of, you know, a bit of a crunchy, thick texture to it that, you know, in other paintings would really upset me. I'd be like, oh, that's terrible. But actually in this one, it actually works quite well, I feel. This kind of works well as a nice counterpoint to a lot of the other areas in the painting, specifically my painting, that are kind of nice and smooth, and then here's that hair is a little bit rough, right? He was able to kind of carry that throughout the entire painting, right? I'm not quite at the level of Egon Schiele, so if I can do one area and rise to that level, and that's pretty good. I don't need it all to be there. Okay. I think we're done for the night. Oh, whew. Again, can you imagine if I had said, we'll be over, you know, in about 3 hours, we should be good. And then to be here looking at, what's this now? Almost 6 hours. That would have been a little bit short, right? That's why I always hesitate to make an estimation of how long these things are going to take, because I'm doing it for the first time. No idea. Your guess is as good as mine. So thank you everyone for painting along with me, for keeping me company in the chat, for your donations, and for your concern when I haven't been painting as regularly as possible. Just know I'm spending lots of good quality time with my daughter, going to the beach, going to the museums, and in fact that might inspire, we might even do another episode tomorrow morning. So I might just lay down, take a quick nap, and then right back at it. Okay, everybody, we'll see you again very soon. Have a great night wherever you are on our beautiful planet. I really appreciate you, and we'll see you again maybe in the morning. Who knows? Good night. Ah! I just noticed that volume of the music in the background was probably pretty high. Ah! I'm sorry if it was a little hard to hear me at times. Good night.